Chapter 602. Emperor Yu took the initiative to speak, intending to choose a daughter to marry Tuoba Xiaoyao. In his eyes, Tuoba Xiaoyao was young, but he was mature and steady, looking like he could achieve great things. From his low-key personality, it was enough to see that he wasn't simple. He wasn't an impatient person who saw fame and fortune as everything. In addition, with Gu Chang's suggestion at the side, Emperor Yu was also very moved. He had many children. Apart from his eldest daughter, Euphia, there were a few other princesses with outstanding talents, moving appearances, and heavenly fragrances. If he bestowed a marriage, he could also rope in Tuoba Yuntian, killing two birds with one stone. Haha, but for this kind of thing, we still have to listen to the opinion of the person involved. Emperor Yu laughed as he looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao with admiration. Your Majesty, Emperor Yu, is right, but I think this third young master of Tuoba Manor won't reject your Majesty's good intentions. Beside him, Gu Chang'e was dressed in white. She looked otherworldly and refined, elegant and graceful. He gently sipped his wine and occasionally glanced around. The corners of his mouth always carried a cultured and refined smile, causing many of the heavenly beauties here to secretly look over. Their faces were slightly flushed. It was as if he was an outsider who was witnessing an insignificant matter. Many young supremes looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao with envy and jealousy. If he could really marry a princess and hug the thigh of great Yu's celestial dynasty, Tuoba Xiaoyao wouldn't have to worry about his next life. Even the Tuoba Manor behind him would be able to enjoy endless glory and wealth, and their power would be further enhanced. What did he do to deserve this? In many people's eyes, if it wasn't for Gu Chang'e suddenly saying this, Emperor Yu probably wouldn't have bestowed a marriage. This made them incomparably envious. Why couldn't they encounter such a good thing? Tuoba Qiongling and Tuoba Qingyu, who heard Tuoba Xiaoyao say that Gu Chang'e would harm him, were also completely confused. If Gu Chang'e wanted to harm Tuoba Xiaoyao, then why would he bestow a marriage? After the marriage alliance with the royal family, Tuoba Xiaoyao was naturally valued by Emperor Yu. It could be said that there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Wouldn't it be more difficult for Gu Chang'e to deal with Tuoba Xiaoyao in the future? While everyone's thoughts were running wild, the person involved, Tuoba Xiaoyao, finally spoke. He calmed down and raised his head to look straight at Emperor Yu's face. After deliberating over his words, he tactfully declined. Tuoba Xiaoyao thanks your Majesty Emperor Yu for his kind intentions, but my heart already belongs to someone else. If your Majesty were to grant me a marriage, I reckon that I would be letting down that princess. Tuoba Xiaoyao appreciates your Majesty's kindness. He clearly knew that this was Gu Chang'e's scheme, but he had no choice but to reject it despite the consequences of angering the dragon countenance. No matter what the reason was, it was impossible for him to agree to this marriage. Emperor Yu would definitely bestow a marriage upon his daughter, not Euphia. Other than Euphia, there was no room for anyone else in his heart. What? Hearing this, the hall fell silent for a moment. After regaining their senses, everyone stared with their eyes wide open, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Tuoba Xiaoyao actually rejected His Majesty Emperor Yu's betrothal? Where did he get the guts? They simply couldn't believe it. Was this Tuoba Xiaoyao really that stupid or just pretending to be stupid? At this time, he actually rejected Emperor Yu in front of everyone. Where did Tuoba Xiaoyao place Emperor Yu's face? Did he not know what kind of benefits this marriage would bring him? This made everyone feel disbelief. Tuoba Xiaoyao's second sister and fourth sister's complexion also turned pale, incomparably worried. Perhaps the only person present who wasn't surprised was eldest Princess Euphia. She quietly stood behind Emperor Yu and only raised her head to look at Tuoba Xiaoyao when he opened his mouth to refuse. From a certain point of view, she understood Tuoba Xiaoyao even better than his parents. Xiaoyao Yu, Tuoba Yuntian, whose heart was filled with joy and complacency, was drinking wine with a few of his companions. At this moment, his eyes widened as the wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Even his voice was trembling. He simply didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to actually reject him. From his point of view, there was no reason for him to reject. From now on, his status as a relative of the emperor would be even more prominent than before. But Tuoba Xiaoyao actually rejected him, causing his vision to turn black. He couldn't catch his breath and almost fainted. Emperor Yu was also stunned. Clearly, he also didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to actually reject him in front of all the officials. The smile on his face quickly disappeared as he said with a dignified voice, "Could it be that you look down on this emperor's daughter?" Compared to his previous amiable expression, the current Emperor Yu emitted a terrifying pressure. The officials trembled as they hurriedly got up from their seats and prostrated themselves on the ground, begging Emperor Yu to calm down. As long as one had a discerning eye, they could see that Emperor Yu was angry. Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression slightly changed before returning to normal. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Your Majesty Emperor, you misunderstood. It's not that Xiaoyao looks down on the princesses. It's just that my heart belongs to someone else, and I can't tolerate her. The princesses are heavenly beauties, rarely seen in the world. If not for this reason, Xiaoyao wouldn't even have time to be happy. These words are all true and not false." He had already decided that even if he had to risk offending Emperor Yu, he would make things clear today. This guy is still thinking about Imperial Sister. Yu Ming immediately saw through Tuoba Xiaoyao's intentions and couldn't help but sneer. Beside him, Yu Lai's expression was as calm as water, and he didn't say anything. As the future successor of Great Yu, Tuoba Xiaoyao personally rejecting Emperor Yu's marriage made him feel that his imperial prestige was being challenged. He, who didn't have a good impression of Tuoba Xiaoyao to begin with, now found him even more displeasing to the eye. "Haha, I think you don't have the guts. Which one of my daughters isn't a peerless beauty? Since your heart belongs to someone else, then I naturally won't force you." Emperor Yu coldly snorted. Although he was displeased, he didn't continue to be angry. Although this kind of matter made him lose face, he wouldn't overly blame Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, from today onwards, it would become more and more difficult for Tuoba Xiaoyao and the family behind him to obtain his rewards and regard. The officials also kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say anything. Although Tuoba Xiaoyao's explanation was very reasonable, it was extremely stupid in their eyes. "This matter is due to this one's rashness, which caused your Majesty to be displeased. If I had known that Tuoba Manor's third young master's heart didn't belong to me, I wouldn't have proposed the marriage." Gu Chang'e lightly sighed at this moment, seeming to be rather helpless and slightly apologetic. Hearing this, the anger on Emperor Yu's face dissipated. He waved his hand and said, "Young Master Chang'e, what are you saying? How can this matter be blamed on you? You also had good intentions." He didn't say the rest of the sentence. It's just that Tuoba Xiaoyao doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, but the officials clearly understood what he meant. They couldn't help but cast a pitiful and gloating expression at Tuoba Yuntian. Just a moment ago, they were still envious of him. But in the blink of an eye, not only did he spit out the fatty meat that was sent to his mouth, he even cursed that it tasted bad. The result of this not only angered Emperor Yu, but also caused him to be neglected from now on. It was likely that he had inadvertently offended Gu Chang'e. The glory of Tuoba Manor would most likely be gone from today onwards. A gloomy expression appeared on Tuoba Yuntian's face, appearing extremely dispirited as he lamented in his heart. In front of so many people, he couldn't blame Tuoba Xiaoyao. He should have been happy that Tuoba Xiaoyao hid his strength, but now he couldn't feel happy at all. Chapter 603. Young Lord Chang'e, why do you care about such a small matter? Yu Lai, quickly come and offer a toast to young Lord Chang'e. If you have the chance in the future, you should interact more with young Lord Chang'e. To think that you and young Lord Chang'e are about the same age, but the gap between you is like a natural chasm. As long as you can reach 1/10 of young Lord Chang'e's level, I can hand Great Yu to you, without worry. At the head of the table, Emperor Yu's expression quickly returned to normal. After all, he was the ruler of the Celestial Dynasty. He immediately smiled and changed the topic. He extended his hand to let the second prince, Yu Lai, come forward and offer a toast. Yes, father. Yu Lai knew that this was a chance to get closer to Gu Changa. A humble smile appeared on his face as he walked forward. He held a wine cup in his hand and looked extraordinarily handsome. He walked with a majestic gait and a noble bearing. This expression was completely different from the cold and arrogant expression he had when facing Tuoba Xiaoyao. Yu Lai offers a toast to young Lord Changa. Second prince, please. Gu Changa smiled and nodded. Then he thought of something and said with interest, speaking of which, I'm actually a little curious. What kind of woman is worthy of this third young master of Tuoba Manor to reject your majesty's good intentions? His words stunned everyone. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, everyone couldn't help but be curious. To put it nicely, it was rejecting good intentions. To put it bluntly, it was looking down on those princesses. Emperor Yu's expression was also a little moved. He was also a little curious. If Tuoba Xiaoyao couldn't give a reason, he would be charged with the crime of deceiving the emperor. Since young Lord Changa said so, I also want to know. He smiled and nodded. Gu Changa smiled and said, how about this? If the third young master of Tuoba Manor likes a woman from Great Yu, why don't your majesty grant a marriage between the two? It just so happens that I was a little reckless just now. I can apologize to the third young master of Tuoba Manor. Emperor, you didn't know why Gu Changa valued Tuoba Xiaoyao so much that he even wanted to apologize. However, since Gu Changa said so, how could he refuse? He immediately asked Tuoba Xiaoyao again. After all, this was just a small matter that could be settled with a single word from him. What do you think? If the woman you like is from Great Yu, then I'll make the decision to grant a marriage between the two of you, Emperor Yu said with a dignified gaze. It should be because young Lord Changa cherishes talent. Tuoba Xiaoyao's performance at the hunting meet was noticed by young Lord Changa. That's right. I've heard that young Master Changa empathizes with his subordinates and is very protective of them. He treats his followers extremely well. How can this brat be so lucky to be so highly regarded by young Master Changa? Not only did he fail the first time, he even has a second. Seeing this scene, many ministers guessed, feeling even more envious and jealous. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked at the smiling Gu Changa. That familiar feeling of fear struck him again. His expression turned ugly as he clenched his fists. He knew that Gu Changa definitely did not have good intentions. Whether it was the marriage before or the current question, they were all for his good on the surface. However, they were all secretly to incur Emperor Yu's anger and alienation. Gu Changa must have guessed the relationship between him and Euphia, which was why he deliberately said this. Every word was filled with murderous intent, leaving him with no way out. It was truly abominable. Facing Emperor Yu's question, Tuoba Xiaoyao took a deep breath and answered again. Your Majesty, the person I like is actually Princess Euphia, not anyone else. He spoke very boldly and directly, without any intention of beating around the bush. When he spoke, he looked at Euphia. Seeing that her expression was somewhat shocked, he couldn't help but sigh softly. If it wasn't for Gu Changa's scheme, he wouldn't want to make things so clear at this time. However, this was also good. If he said this in front of all the ministers, he could also make plans to stop the marriage between Great Yu and the imperial court of Juyin. Even if he would thoroughly offend Emperor Yu after today and destroy many of his previous plans, there was no other way. Gu Changa had forced him to a dead end. He had no other choice. Are you serious? Emperor Yu's face sank again, his voice containing suppressed anger. He really did not expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to say that the woman he liked was eldest Princess Euphia. How could he end up with what he said just now? All the ministers were deeply shocked. They widened their eyes, unable to react for a moment. At this time, even the imperial court of Ju Yin's Prince Jiao Luo, who who had been silent during the banquet, narrowed his eyes and looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao, who stood up. His marriage partner was eldest Princess Euphia. Now that this guy stood up and said this, was he planning to fight with him? Only Euphia was somewhat silent. Her white hands tightly gripped her sleeves. Her heart was not calm. It seems that Princess Via and the third young master of Tuoba Manor have a good relationship. At this time, Gu Changa's slightly surprised voice sounded, causing Euphia to recover. "Why does young Master Changa say this?" she asked puzzledly. Gu Changa said with a smile, looking at Princess Via's appearance, "You don't seem too shocked." Presumably, Princess Via already knew about third young Master Tuoba's secrets, right? Seeing Euphia remain silent, Gu Changa knew that he guessed right. He smiled indifferently and looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao again. Now that things had developed to this point, he wanted to see how this guy would deal with it. Tuoba Xiaoyao still wanted the great Yu celestial dynasty to be his final shield? He was thinking too much. After today, even if Emperor Yu knew that Gu Changa wanted to steal the heaven-wielding sword from Tuoba Xiaoyao, he would turn a blind eye and not interfere. Even if Tuoba Xiaoyao's talent was extraordinary and his future was limitless, so what? In Emperor Yu's heart, Tuoba Xiaoyao was no longer the young elite from before. He was just an ignorant fool who did not know how to appreciate kindness. He could not shed all pretense of cordiality with Gu Changa for such a Tuoba Xiaoyao, because it was not worth it. Reporting to Your Majesty Emperor Yu, this is absolutely true. The woman that Xiaoyao admires is Princess Via. Tuoba Xiaoyao did not care about the expressions of the people around him. He took a deep breath and said again, after being reborn, he had been timid and full of misgivings. Today he was going to be heroic for once. He couldn't bring himself to hide his feelings at this time. Good, very good. Emperor Yu was so angry that he laughed and said the word good 3 times. Golden light flickered in his eyes, as if the world was about to be destroyed. A terrifying pressure circulated around him, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. Thousands of stars swayed as if they were about to fall. Terrifying clouds rolled and covered the sky, covering the sun. This was the anger of the celestial dynasty's ruler. It directly affected the changes in the stars in the territory. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Any change in emotions was closely related to the fate of the territory and affected everything in the world. At this moment, countless living beings and cultivators in the great Yu celestial dynasty raised their heads in shock. They were shocked by such a phenomenon. Many ministers in the hall were trembling like sieves. They prostrated on the ground and did not dare to raise their heads. The faces of Tuoba Yuntian and his 2 daughters behind him were also deathly pale. They were frightened. Today, Emperor Yu was angry twice, and this time was probably even more serious. Tuoba Xiaoyao clearly knew that Emperor Yu wanted Euphia to marry into the Ju-In royal court. Wasn't this slapping Emperor Yu's face? Moreover, it was a slap in the face of all the ministers. Could it be that Emperor Yu was really going to agree to the marriage that he promised before? This was obviously impossible. Very good. Then I'll tell you now that it's impossible. It's impossible for me to give Fia to you. You can give up on this thought, since you are sincerely provoking me today. Men, take Tuoba Xiaoyao into the prison. Emperor Yu was furious and could not suppress his anger. He immediately shouted and waved his hand. The guards outside the hall came forward and took Tuoba Xiaoyao into the prison. Tuoba Xiaoyao had already guessed that this would be the outcome, so he was not surprised. His expression was extremely calm. However, when he looked at Gu Changa, there was unconcealable hatred in the depths of his eyes. Soon, the guards outside the hall came in with weapons like heavenly sabers and heavenly halberds. They took Tuoba Xiaoyao away. Tuoba Yuntian and the others were pale. Seeing this scene, they didn't even dare to say a word, let alone stop it. Many ministers also felt a wave of sigh. Instead of being a proud son of heaven, he became a prisoner in the blink of an eye. Wasn't this what he deserved? Chapter 604. Silence filled the hall. Many of the female singers prostrated themselves while trembling in fear. The ministers were also silent out of fear. Tuoba Xiaoyao was taken away by the furious Emperor Yu's men. Although it was only a small episode, many ministers could feel Emperor Yu's displeasure. His face was extremely gloomy, emitting an imposing aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even the most favored princes did not dare to open their mouths easily. Yufia looked worriedly at the direction Tuoba Xiaoyao was taken away and continued to remain silent. She did not know why Tuoba Xiaoyao would anger Emperor Yu at this juncture. Wasn't he clearly trying to slap Emperor Yu's face in front of everyone? As the master of the great Yu celestial dynasty, how could Emperor Yu let him off so easily? For a moment, she sighed in her heart, not knowing what to do. She did not know what to do next. Tuoba Xiaoyao was still too impulsive. He did not consider the severity of the matter as well as the gains and losses. Fia, it seems you are also hiding a lot of things from me. Emperor Yu's expression finally returned to normal as he looked at Yufia indifferently. He was not stupid. From Tuoba Xiaoyao's attitude, he could tell that he and Yufia did not simply know each other. But before this, Yufia had never mentioned it to him. This caused Emperor Yu to be somewhat disappointed. In his eyes, Yufia had always been an obedient, steady, and well-behaved person. Not long ago, she would hide so many things from him. When did she learn to hide so many things from him because of a man? Yufia's face was slightly pale as she said in a low voice, "Daughter did not intend to hide it from father. There is a reason." She was about to explain, but Emperor Yu had already waved his hand to interrupt her. He said indifferently, "You don't need to explain. From today onwards, you will stay in the mansion. Without my order, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the mansion." Hearing this, Yufia's face turned even paler. Her body trembled as if she was struck by lightning. She found it hard to believe. In all her life, this was the first time she was grounded by Emperor Yu, not allowing her to take half a step out of the mansion. She was clear that Emperor Yu was truly angry. "Yes, father." However, at this moment, she did not dare to go against Emperor Yu's wishes. She lowered her head and replied in a low voice. Her eyes appeared somewhat dim. She inadvertently glanced to the side and saw Gu Changa with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be sizing her up as well. This gave birth to a strange and indescribable feeling in Yufia's heart. It was as if everything that had happened in the hall today had been intentionally pushed forward by Gu Changa. If not for Gu Changa, Tuoba Xiaoyao would not have incurred the wrath of Emperor Yu. "I've let young Master Changa see a joke. I didn't expect something like this to happen today. It's really embarrassing." Soon after, Emperor Yu turned to look at Gu Changa. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Gu Changa withdrew her gaze from Yufia's expression. He had been watching the development of the situation and found that it was more or less what he had expected. Hearing this, he smiled, then shook his head and said, "I'm really surprised that the third young master of Tuoba Mansion would say such words in front of everyone. I originally cherished his talent, but looking at him now, I'm afraid he won't be of much use." Not only did he refuse Emperor Yu's betrothal in front of everyone, he even said that the person he liked was eldest Princess Yufia. This could no longer be described as simply rebellious. It was courting death. For Gu Changa, things became easier after Tuoba Xiaoyao was locked up in the heavenly prison. Although the heavenly prison of the great Yu celestial dynasty was known as an inescapable net, and even imprisoned the enemies of those who had attained the Tao in the past. However, if Gu Changa wanted to sneak in silently, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Even if Tuoba Xiaoyao died in the heavenly prison, no one would suspect him. With such a thing happening, the rest of the banquet, including Emperor Yu, lost interest. Everyone in the Tuoba mansion had a gloomy expression. With such a big thing happening, there was no need to even think about it. From today onwards, the Tuoba mansion would definitely be alienated by Emperor Yu and would no longer be valued. Their glory was no longer there. and they were heading towards decline. Although Tuoba Chongling and Tuoba Qingyu were very concerned about Tuoba Xiaoyao, they were helpless and could only worry. They really wanted to tell their father about Tuoba Xiaoyao, but Tuoba Xiaoyao repeatedly warned them not to tell anyone else, including their parents. During this time, the Prince of Ju-In Imperial Court, Jia Luo, once again brought up the matter of marriage. Just now, Tuoba Xiaoyao said those words in front of everyone, which made him feel rather unhappy, and he was worried that Emperor Yu would refuse. Although he didn't really admire Yufia, in his eyes, the marriage between the two was already set in stone. Now that Tuoba Xiaoyao had suddenly jumped out with the intention of stopping this matter, it felt as if the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. In Jia Luo's eyes, Tuoba Xiaoyao was only the son of a small general. Whether it was cultivation or identity, he was far from being able to compare with him. As long as Emperor Yu was smart, he would know what to choose. As for the matter of Prince Jia Luo's marriage, this emperor will consider it for a few days and give you an answer in 5 days. Facing Jia Luo's proposal of marriage, Emperor Yu's reply was watertight, and he didn't intend to completely agree. He actually had other thoughts in his mind, which was to first ignore Prince Jia Luo for a few days before discussing the price. On the other hand, Emperor Yu actually had other thoughts. During the great hunting meet, Tuoba Xiaoyao had displayed terrifying strength. That was definitely not something that could be displayed by someone of his realm. Therefore, Emperor Yu concluded that Tuoba Xiaoyao was definitely hiding some great secret that no one knew about. If there was time, he would like to interrogate him. After the banquet ended, the officials left in fear and trepidation. The people from the imperial court of Ju-In were also led to the other side of the palace by the maids. Gu Chang'e also took Jiang Chuchu back to his residence. He wasn't in a hurry to investigate Tuoba Xiaoyao's situation. If he guessed correctly, Yu Tianzheng should be waiting for him at his residence right now. During the great hunting meet, he'd ordered Yu Tianzheng to give up on the assassination, worried that he would ruin his plan. Now, Yu Tianzheng was definitely unwilling to give up and wanted to get to the bottom of this. It looks like I still have to make that guy listen to me, Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. With such a chess piece around, he naturally had to plan carefully. Now that he knew the identity of the divine wielding sword master, the matter of the divine wielding sword wasn't urgent. Instead, this huge great Yu celestial dynasty gave him an opportunity to take advantage of. Did you already know about what happened between Tuoba Xiaoyao and Princess Yufia? Jiang Chuchu and Gu Chang'e walked side by side. She was dressed in white and wore a light veil over her face, revealing only her dark brows and eyes. Her aura was otherworldly, and her hair danced in the wind like a moon goddess about to return to her home. She asked softly, after witnessing everything in the palace today, she could naturally tell that those words were purposely said by Gu Chang'e. He wanted Tuoba Xiaoyao to incur the wrath of Emperor Yu. Logically speaking, Tuoba Xiaoyao and Gu Chang'e had never met before. However, Gu Chang'e seemed to know him very well, which puzzled her. Yes, I knew about it long ago. Otherwise, why would I be so bored as to grant someone a marriage? Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to hold her slender waist. Jiang Chuchu had an as expected expression. Seeing that she still wanted to ask, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile and say, that Tuoba Xiaoyao has the heaven-wielding sword. In order to avoid my detection, he hid for so many years. It's a pity that I saw through it during the hunting meet. Something like the heaven-wielding sword would only take his life if it fell into his hands. Unfortunately, he still didn't understand and tried to go against me. Heaven-wielding sword. Jiang Chuchu blinked her eyes and pondered. She naturally knew about the 7 artifacts of heaven-wielding, and knew that Gu Chang'e had a few of them. No wonder he wanted to attack Tuoba Xiaoyao. So this was the reason. However, Gu Chang'e actually told her such a secret so frankly, which made her feel a little touched. After all, people like Gu Chang'e were rarely willing to tell the truth. You don't have to tell me this. Jiang Chuchu's eyes sparkled. She raised her head and glanced at Gu Changa, then looked into the distance as if nothing had happened. But I just want to tell you, Gu Changa smiled, grabbed her delicate hand, and placed it in his palm. Who asked you to tell me? I don't want to know about these things. Jiang Chu felt her heart suddenly beating faster. Her face couldn't help but blush. She wanted to pull her hand away. However, Gu Changa held on tightly, which made her feel a little embarrassed. There are so many great Yu's guards watching us. What's wrong with watching? Can't I hold your hand? Gu Changa smiled gently. We're an old married couple. Why are you still so shy? Who's an old married couple with you? Yu Mingkong is your fiancé. Jiang Chu wanted to roll her eyes at him and show her annoyance. At this moment, she felt that her face under the veil must be as red as rouge. In front of everyone, she was the holy and dignified saintess of the human ancestor temple. She was untainted and detached from worldly affairs. Her emotions were as clear as a mirror and would not be affected by external matters. If Mingkong is my fiancé, then what are you to me? Gu Changa was still smiling. You. Jiang Chu was embarrassed again when she heard this question. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Yes, Yu Mingkong was his legitimate fiancé. Then what was she? Gu Changa sighed and said, I understand. You'll probably be a servant girl who gets bullied in the future. Not only will you be bullied by me, but also by others. You're not allowed to bully me. Although Jiang Chu was adjusting her emotions, she still felt wronged when she heard this. She pulled her hand out of Gu Changa's grasp. Then don't be a servant girl who gets bullied in the future. Gu Changa smiled, showing a gentle and sympathetic expression. Jiang Chu felt that he was purely teasing her today. You'll marry me, right? She lowered her eyes and her voice gradually became softer. Chapter 605. Marry? This word appeared in Gu Changa's mind. Then he smiled and said, Of course. The sky was orange and the sun was setting. The two of them strolled side by side in the palace like an immortal couple. Even though they were speaking softly, Jiang Chu could feel the gazes of the surrounding guards quietly looking at them. That Tuoba Xiaoyao is now locked up in the heavenly prison. Should we kill him and take the heaven-reaching sword? The heavenly prison of the great Yu celestial dynasty should not be able to stop the two of us. On the way back to the residence, Jiang Chu suddenly thought of this and asked. Gu Changa did not expect her to say this. He reached out and touched her face. He smiled and said, Of course we have to kill him. I want to take the heaven-reaching sword, but it's not us. It's me. I can help you too. Jiang Chu could not help but say. Gu Changa shook his head gently and said, No need. Don't forget your identity. You are the saintess of the human ancestor hall. This kind of thing is not suitable for you. Jiang Chu had been influenced by the human ancestor hall scriptures since she was young. She cared about the people of the world and upheld justice. If she did this kind of thing, it would only stain her heart for Tao. For you, I have already betrayed my sect. These things are nothing. Jiang Chu lowered her eyes. She knew what Gu Changa meant. But I don't want you to fall into the secular world and be tainted by the secular world. Gu Changa smiled. Jiang Chu's bright eyes focused on his face. Finally, she nodded softly. At this moment, she felt that she had done so much for Gu Changa. It was all worth it. When Gu Changa returned to the palace, as expected, Yu Tianzheng was already waiting there. He was silent. Although he still appeared respectful, there was a hint of unwillingness in him. He seemed to want Gu Changa to explain. You should go and rest first. Gu Changa smiled and asked Jiang Chu to leave first. Then he walked over to them. Yu Tianzheng greets young Master Changa. Yu Tianjing's appearance was extremely similar to Emperor Yu's. He had a square nose and a square mouth, but he looked older and gave off a sense of vicissitudes. He obeyed Gu Changa's instructions and cancelled the plan to assassinate second Prince Yulai during the hunting meet. However, he could not figure out why Gu Changa would do such a thing. If second Prince Yulai died there, the entire Great Yu celestial dynasty would be in chaos, and the many tricks he had set up would come into play. This was also the part where he had always wanted to question Gu Changa. Gu Changa smiled and said unhurriedly, "What's the matter? Why did you come to see me?" He asked despite knowing the answer, wanting to know Yu Tianjing's attitude. If Yu Tianjing was a little smarter, he would have obediently listened to his orders and not asked about things that he shouldn't. Then Gu Changa could let him go. If he didn't know what was good for him, Gu Changa naturally wouldn't show him any mercy. "There's something I don't understand. I hope young Master Changa can explain it to me." Yu Tianjing raised his head and said with a questioning tone. He had been unwilling to give up these past few days. "Oh, what is it?" Gu Changa continued to speak unhurriedly. Yu Tianjing looked straight at him and said, "I came with sincerity, intending to cooperate with young Master Changa. If I could take over the Great Yu celestial dynasty, I would have sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao to hand over the Great Yu celestial dynasty to you. However, young Master Changa didn't tell me the reason and asked me to give up on the assassination. If it wasn't because you forgot the agreement between the two of us, or because you and Emperor Yu conspired to capture me. He had made many preparations before coming here, so his words were not polite at all. Previously, he had been too polite, which made Gu Changa feel that he was easy to bully and was restrained by him. His cultivation was slightly higher than Emperor Yu's, and their cultivation methods and abhijna were different. After all these years of enduring hardships, even if he faced someone who had attained the Tao, he could still fight. Moreover, Yu Tianjing was sure that if Gu Changa still had any ulterior motives towards the Great Yu celestial dynasty, he wouldn't act against him. On the one hand, he wanted to vent the anger in his heart. On the other hand, he wanted Gu Changa to know his importance. In the following actions and plans, he should consider his words more. "So you came here specifically to question me?" Gu Changa still had a faint smile on his face. However, for some reason, Yu Tianjing had a bad feeling. He still braced himself and said, "I'm not questioning you. I just want young Master Changa to give me an explanation. Otherwise, the following plan—" "What's the following plan?" Gu Changa interrupted him and asked with interest. "In the following plan, I'm afraid I won't listen to everything you say," Yu Tianjing said directly. Gu Changa smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I didn't ask you to cancel the assassination plan because I was worried that you wouldn't succeed. It's because you're interfering with my business." "Your business?" Yu Tianjing's expression changed slightly, and there was some anger in his voice. "What could be more important than an assassination? You don't have to worry about that." Gu Changa smiled faintly. He naturally wouldn't tell Yu Tianjing about the heaven-wielding sword and Tuoba Xiaoyao. "All right, since that's the case, I'll think about the following plan myself." Yu Tianjing was silent for a moment. He felt that Gu Changa still didn't take him seriously. His heart sank, and he directly cupped his fists and planned to leave. However, in the next moment, before he could finish his words, shock and disbelief appeared on his face. "Gu Changa, you!" Yu Tianjing's face was full of anger, and his expression changed greatly. "Whoa! Did I allow you to leave?" Gu Changa's expression was calm, and he didn't say much. He just stretched out his hand toward him, and the void seemed to freeze at this moment. A giant hand, shrouded in 5-colored chaotic energy, reached forward, as if covering the sky. At this moment, all the hair on Yu Tianjing's body stood on end. His spirit trembled, and his entire body felt cold. He had never imagined that Gu Changa would suddenly attack so ruthlessly. If that's the case, Yu Tianjing roared angrily. Even though he knew that he couldn't win, he still went forward to block. He didn't want any accidents to happen. With a clang, a sparkling and translucent Tao sword surrounded by the principles of heaven and earth appeared and slashed down. This was a pseudo-thearch weapon. Although it had yet to awaken, it still possessed terrifying power. Clang! However, Gu Changa's giant hand didn't dodge at all. Instead, it grabbed forward. The sparkling Tao sword struck one of Yu Tianjing's fingers, causing sparks to fly. It didn't move at all. This horrified Yu Tianjing. His pseudo-monarch weapon was sturdy and indestructible. It was refined from the fortune Tao metal, yet it actually couldn't cut through Gu Changa's finger. It released a terrifying trembling sound as if it was about to shatter. He really didn't know how Gu Changa cultivated his physique, and it was hard to imagine what kind of realm he had reached. Buzz! In the next moment, the void in front of him collapsed, unable to withstand the power of this palm. Moreover, what made Yu Tianjing despair was that the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have turned into Gu Changa's domain, sealing every inch of the void with a thought. Even if he wanted to escape, there was no way he could do so. Young Master Changa, please spare me. I was wrong. Yu Tianjing was terrified. The Tao sword in his hand actually cracked, and it was about to be shattered by Gu Changa's palm. One had to know that this was a quasi-emperor artifact. In terms of forging materials, it was already comparable to some Tao attainment artifacts. However, he was still no match for Gu Changa's casual palm strike. Begging for fresh flowers zero, he was extremely regretful. He thought that he was already strong enough and had many methods that he hadn't used yet. But now, it seemed that even if those methods were used, they would not have the slightest effect. Gu Changa was definitely a person who had attained the Tao. Perhaps not many people in the upper realm knew about this news. I don't like smart people. If you don't want to die, release your primordial spirit and let me plant a slave imprint on you. Gu Changa said indifferently. He imprisoned Yu Tianjing and pulled out his Yuan spirit from his forehead. He didn't intend to kill Yu Tianjing just like that. Leaving him alive was still useful. However, in order to ensure that Yu Tianjing would be obedient, he still planted the magic bottle of exorcism. Young Master Changa, please spare my life. I'll release my primordial spirit. Although planting a slave imprint meant that he would be a slave for life, Yu Tianjing had no other choice. He trembled as he spoke. The magic bottle of exorcism's terror lay in its strangeness. It was rooted in the deepest part of the Yuan spirit. Even a person who had attained the Tao in the Yuan spirit would not be able to find out the truth. The news of the third young master of the Tuoba residence incurring the wrath of Emperor Yu and being imprisoned in the heavenly prison spread throughout the entire imperial capital almost immediately after the banquet ended. 0 cultivators on the streets and alleys were all discussing this matter. As the person involved, Tuoba Xiaoyao was pushed to the forefront of the storm. Tuoba Xiaoyao had kept a low profile for more than 20 years. He shone in the hunting meet and became a young supreme being who was comparable to the second prince. He was in the limelight for a while, and countless people were envious of him. However, in the blink of an eye, he fell from the altar and became a prisoner. Even the entrance of the Tuoba residence, which used to be bustling with noise and excitement, was deserted. This change was like the difference between heaven and earth, which made many people sigh. Tuoba Xiaoyao's declaration of his love for the eldest princess, Yufia, was treated as a farce, which made many people not know whether to laugh or cry. Some busybodies even spread the word of Gu Changa's comment at the banquet that it was not suitable for big things. Many people could empathize with the disappointment that was revealed in his words. There was clearly a chance for him to reach the heavens in a single step, but Tuoba Xiaoyao forcefully rejected it. If this was not stupidity and embarrassment, what was it? Just as the outside world was discussing this matter, in the depths of the imperial capital of Great Yu, the heavenly prison was extremely quiet. Tuoba Xiaoyao's figure was tall and straight, and his expression was resolute. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in the cell, as if he had turned a deaf ear to many things in the outside world. Strands of sword intent circled around his body. In a trance, there were thousands and thousands of strands of sword chi intertwining, which made one's skin hurt. As a person of several lifetimes, he naturally knew that the chances of him escaping the heavenly prison were close to zero. The only way was to wait for Emperor Yu to calm down and let him out. Otherwise, his father, Euphia, and the others would think of a way to save him. Therefore, he did not resist, nor did he have any thoughts of escaping. Although the heavenly prison security was tight, Tuoba Xiaoyao was still worried. With Gu Changa's strength, it should be easy for him to sneak into this place. The many guards, jailers, and all kinds of formation patterns outside were useless to him. At this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao suddenly felt a change in the void in front of him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling sword intent flashed through his eyes. His expression became extremely fearful. Buzz! A layer of silver ripples spread out, and the void collapsed. A slender figure like a god stepped out from it. Gu Changa. Tuoba Xiaoyao squeezed out this name from his mouth. This was the first time he faced his greatest enemy, and the depths of his eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. 2. Chapter 606. I'm actually very curious as to why you're so hostile towards me. Logically speaking, we've never met before. A door opened in the void, and Gu Changa walked out in his white robe. He smiled as he spoke. His sparkling hair carried radiance. 3,000 indistinct deities appeared behind him, releasing a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Just as Tuoba Xiaoyao predicted, the many restrictions here were useless to Gu Changa. Even the few enlightened cultivators in deep sleep in the heavenly prison would not be able to detect his aura and traces. Tuoba Xiaoyao calmed himself down and stared at Gu Changa. Shouldn't you have known the reason long ago? What's the point of asking me now? Rebirth was one of his biggest secrets. He would not reveal it to anyone easily. There are no outsiders here. Gu Changa, put away your hypocrisy, he said coldly. Gu Changa smiled faintly, then said unhurriedly, Since you want to say so, then you should know very well that I'm here to get something from you. That thing will only bring you disaster and misfortune if it lands in your hands. If you know what's good for you, give it to me, and I might spare your life. However, upon hearing those words, Tuoba Xiaoyao reacted as if he had already anticipated those words. He sneered with disdain. Haha, Gu Changa, give up. Even if you kill me, you won't get the heaven-wielding sword. To prepare for this day, he used the secret technique he learned in his past life and cultivated the mixed essence heaven-wielding sword into the mixed essence heaven-wielding sword a few years ago. The mixed essence heaven-wielding sword was closely related to his life and primordial spirit. The two could not be separated. Even if Gu Changa killed him, he would not be able to get the heaven-wielding sword. There was no way to break it in the upper realm now. The only way to break it was hidden in the sword pavilion of the Shu sect, which he cultivated in his past life. Even he did not have a way to break it. It was because of this that Tuoba Xiaoyao was fearless and felt that Gu Changa wouldn't kill him. This was because once he died, the heaven-wielding sword would be destroyed at the same time. Gu Changa would not be able to gather all 7 heaven-wielding weapons. Oh, since you're so confident, it seems that you already have a plan. Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly, not taking it seriously. As a reincarnator, Tuoba Xiaoyao must have predicted that this day would come, so he would definitely do his best to ensure that the heaven-reaching sword would not fall into his hands. Therefore, there was no need to think too much. Gu Changa could guess. Tuoba Xiaoyao must have used some sort of method to tie the sky-wielding sword master's life and death together. As the saying goes, if the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao was alone after all. Gu Changa didn't believe that he would ignore the safety of the people around him. Before he came, he had thought of Tuoba Carefree's reactions. So give up. You won't be able to get the sky-wielding sword. Tuoba Xiaoyao stared at him coldly, not knowing what Gu Changa was thinking. Gu Changa shook his head and smiled casually I also don't know why you have so much enmity towards me. You give me the sky-wielding sword, and I spare your life. This is a win-win situation. What other use does the sky-wielding sword have in your hands? Why do you have to go against me and control the sky-wielding sword so tightly? Don't you like Euphia? But now, she's about to marry that Jew-Een imperial court prince while you're locked up in the heavenly prison. I remember that you have a few brothers and sisters. Do you think I can't deal with them? Taba Xiaoyao's face sunk. Whether it was Euphia or Taba Chongling, they were all his weak spots. However, he had already made up his mind to burn both jade and stone. His voice was very resolute. Guchanga, if you want to use them to threaten me, then give up. When the time comes, I'll self-destruct and you can forget about gathering the 7 sky-wielding weapons. You'll never get the sky-wielding sword. Although this was the most helpless and had no choice, Taba Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't have any misgivings if things developed to that stage. He was now certain that Gu Changa wanted the sky-wielding sword and wouldn't dare do anything to him. Oh, Gu Changa narrowed his eyes and then smiled. He still didn't seem to care. According to what you said, I'll just give up the sky-wielding sword. But your family and friends will pay a heavy price for your stupid choice. You should know that I have thousands of ways to make them regret living in this world. Perhaps I don't need to say more. You can think of it. Although Gu Changa said these words casually, Taba Xiaoyao felt a terrifying chill that made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but tremble. For a moment, Taba Xiaoyao's expression was extremely ugly as he fell into silence. In fact, what Gu Changa said was what he was most worried about. He had thought about it before. To Gu Changa, the sky-wielding sword was just an external object. He was now standing at the peak of the upper realm. Even if he couldn't get the sky-wielding sword, he wouldn't lose anything. However, Euphia, Taba Chongling, Taba Qingyu, and the others were a threshold in his heart that he couldn't cross. They were his reverse scale, his weak spot. Because of his rebirth, he always felt that he could take revenge in this life, which was why he endured until now. However, when Gu Changa saw through his disguise and faced Gu Changa directly, he finally understood how big the gap was between the two of them. This was simply despairing. All the hard work he had put in these past few years had been of no use at all. If he continued, he would definitely follow in the footsteps of his previous life. However, if he gave in to Gu Changa just like that, he really couldn't accept it. The hatred from his previous life was still fresh in his mind. I'll give you time to think about it. Next time I come to find you, I hope you can give me an answer. Gu Changa noticed Taba Xiaoyao's uncertain expression and smiled faintly, knowing that he was wavering. He already had 6 of the sky-wielding 7 artifacts, so he had to get the sky-wielding sword no matter what. Since Taba Xiaoyao tied his life and death to the sky-wielding sword, then he definitely had a way to solve this. Even if he didn't, he had to think of a way. Hearing this, an uncertain expression appeared on Tuoba Xiaoyao's face again. He knew that he couldn't keep the sky-wielding sword no matter what. Between the sky-wielding sword and his family, he had to make a choice. If he hadn't met Gu Changa so early, he would have other choices, but now it was no longer up to him. Taba Xiaoyao deeply breathed in and said, "The sky-wielding sword has merged with me. The sky-wielding sword has already become one with me. I can borrow its power, but I can't separate it from my body. Right now, in the upper realm, there is no way to solve this, including me." Hearing this, Gu Changa raised an eyebrow and the smile on his face disappeared. "Do you really think I won't kill you?" As he spoke, he reached forward. Under Taba Xiaoyao's shocked gaze, he broke through the sword and tent in front of him and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him up like a chicken. At that moment, Taba Xiaoyao felt like he couldn't breathe. A terrifying chill swept over, as if a vast abyss was pressing down on him, causing his divine sense to tremble and his skin to almost burst open. All the bones in his body were making cracking sounds, and his spine was about to be crushed. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and his vision became blurry. I can swear with my Taoist heart that I am not lying at all. Taba Xiaoyao's face turned white and his soul trembled. Once again he felt the fear of death. As he coughed up blood from his mouth, he answered intermittently, "Is that so?" Gu Changa's expression returned to normal. One couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. At a time like this, Taba Xiaoyao shouldn't have the guts to lie to him. This situation was actually somewhat out of his expectations. Taba Xiaoyao was a ruthless person. To prevent the sky-wielding sword from being taken away, he didn't hesitate to do this. However, Gu Changa thought of the boat of destiny. If he used Taba Xiaoyao to refine the sword, would he be able to refine the sky-wielding sword? As the High Priest of Destiny, Xiaoruoyin might have a way. Chapter 607. The heavenly prison was dead silent. Only deep roars could be heard from the depths of the prison. It was as if some terrifying beast was locked up there. In this world, all the rules and order were restrained. Even those who had attained the Tao would find it hard to notice. Gu Changa grabbed Taba Xiaoyao's throat. He didn't care about Taba Xiaoyao's pale face. He seemed to be thinking about something. It was still unknown whether Xiaoruoyin, the High Priest of Fate, could use Taba Xiaoyao to refine the heavenly sword. Before this, Gu Changa couldn't help but doubt the things that Taba Xiaoyao said. If Taba Xiaoyao was simply reborn, why was he so sure that there was no solution in the upper realm? Looks like you're hiding many secrets. Gu Changa stared at Taba Xiaoyao's forehead. He wanted to see through his soul. But at this moment he seemed to have sensed a terrifying danger. Buzz! A dazzling light spread out like a red glow. Taba Xiaoyao's head shone so brightly that even his bones and blood could be seen flowing. A sword talisman the size of a palm appeared. It was less than an inch long, but it emitted a dazzling sword intent. It hummed like a divine sword that was about to be unsheathed. It could cut through everything. So you refine the heavenly sword and primordial spirit into a sword embryo. Gu Changa looked at it carefully and recognized that it contained Taba Xiaoyao's life force. At the same time, it also had the unique mark of the heavenly sword. If he forcefully searched his soul, he would definitely destroy this sword embryo and the heavenly sword. You should believe what I said now, right? Taba Xiaoyao's face was pale, but there was still an unyielding and unwilling look in his eyes. Gu Changa released her grip on his throat and said calmly, "I don't care how you did it, but if you don't hand over the sky-wielding sword in half a month, both Euphia and your brothers and sisters will pay a heavy price for you." Just as he said before, even if there was no way, Tuoba Xiaoyao had to think of a way. Who asked him to choose such a dead and back then? Now, he was just reaping the consequences of his own actions. If he still could not take out the palm heaven sword after half a month, Gu Changa would naturally have to use other methods. And this half a month was just enough time for Xiaoruoyin to rush over. Half a month? Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression changed. Gu Changa only gave him half a month. How was he going to find a way to break this technique? However, he also understood that this was the deadline that Gu Changa had given him. If he still couldn't hand over the heaven-wielding sword after half a month, then Euphia, Tuoba Qiongling, Tuoba Qingyu, and the others would probably pay a painful price for his actions. I understand. Tuoba Xiaoyao saw that Gu Changa didn't want to talk to him, so he turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing. After a moment of silence, he heaved a sigh of relief and touched his neck that was almost broken. The feeling of facing death directly still lingered on him, causing his back to be completely drenched in cold sweat. If he hadn't cultivated the palm heaven sword and primordial spirit as one, he would probably have been searched by Gu Changa to find out the secret of his rebirth and reincarnation. Although Gu Changa gave him half a month's time, it also included the time he was imprisoned by Emperor Yu in the heavenly prison. Therefore, after careful calculation, he didn't have much time left. Revenge? This was just an unreachable dream. On the other side, after Gu Changa returned to the palace, he sent someone to summon the Scarface Man from the hunting meet. The Scarface Man was called Song Yi, and he was a sequence seed nurtured by the spring breeze Jasper Pavilion. He had the strength to kill all the young kings, and he was proficient in disguise, escape, and assassination. That day, he safely escaped from Emperor Yu's inescapable trap. He even changed his appearance and hid in the Great Yu imperial capital. "Greetings, young master." Soon, Song Yi rushed over. He now had the appearance of a weak scholar. His face was pale and weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. In front of Gu Chang'e, he was extremely respectful. As a sequence assassin of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, he had the qualifications to come into contact with the upper management. He naturally knew that the current owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was actually Gu Chang'e's man. In other words, Gu Chang'e was actually the real owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. "Go and capture the fourth miss of the Tuoba Manor." Gu Chang'e ordered indifferently. Although he had already given Tuoba Xiaoyao half a month's time, he still had to threaten him so that Tuoba Xiaoyao wouldn't have any other thoughts. "Yes, young master." Song Yi didn't dare to ask the reason and nodded. The Great Yu imperial capital was known as an inescapable trap, and its security was tight. It wasn't that there was a guard every 5 steps, but it was close. However, as a sequence seed of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, he was confident that he could take Tuoba Qingyu away unknowingly. After Song Yi left, Gu Chang'e fell into deep thought again. He wasn't worried that Tuoba Xiaoyao had warned Tuoba Qingyu and the others in advance, causing the Tuoba Manor to be on guard. He was just thinking about his next plan. It was almost time for the Era Dao fruit to ripen, but before that he hadn't finished laying out this big net. There was no need to mention how great the temptation of becoming an immortal was. Even he couldn't avoid it, let alone other people. However, he still lacked a place to lay out this big net. Gu Chang'e considered manifesting his inner universe as a killing ground. However, the current state of the inner universe wasn't stable, and it wasn't at the level that Gu Chang'e expected. Therefore, he planned to refine part of the interminating origin, and then refine his inner universe again before considering this matter. Before that, he had to consider the 7 artifacts of heaven-wielding and the secret treasure of the immortal palace. His strength had reached a bottleneck, and it would be difficult for him to break through without the origin of an immortal. It had been a few days since Tuoba Xiaoyao was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, and the entire Great Yu imperial capital had gradually calmed down. Under Emperor Yu's intentional arrangement, the grounded eldest princess Euphia was released. She accompanied the prince of terminating imperial court, Garlot, to walk around a few times in the name of getting to know each other. However, Emperor Yu was still very tight-lipped and didn't mention whether he would agree to this marriage alliance. There were all kinds of guesses and rumors among the ministers. Some people felt that Emperor Yu still hadn't given up and was still thinking about Gu Chang'e. If Gu Chang'e showed the slightest bit of interest in Euphia, he would definitely not hesitate to abandon the Ju-in Prince Garlot. However, Gu Chang'e stayed in Great Yu for the past few days and rarely came out. Even many princes wanted to see him, but it was very difficult, not to mention the other ministers. Many people also noticed that the prince of terminating imperial court often visited Gu Chang'e, but they didn't know if they saw him or not. In the past few days, something neither big nor small happened in Great Yu's imperial capital. On a certain day, the 4th miss of Tuoba Manor, Tuoba Qingyu, suddenly disappeared mysteriously in the manor. Several maids in charge of serving her also silently died, tragically, in the manor. Many of the guards patrolling outside didn't notice this. Tuoba Yuntian had just experienced being ignored and alienated by Emperor Yu, and his hair was white and his face was full of worry. His 4th daughter was kidnapped in the manor, and he almost fainted at the cost of 480. Many people suspected that this was done by the scarred man at the hunting meet, and his actions could be said to be extremely daring. However, no one witnessed this, and it was even more difficult to find any clues. In addition, The Tuoba manor was ignored by Emperor Yu, and very few people paid attention to this matter. After a few days, Emperor Yu's anger at the banquet had more or less dissipated. He remembered that Tuoba Yuntian had made many contributions to him in the past, and now that his daughter was kidnapped, he was depressed and couldn't bear it, so he ordered Tuoba Xiaoyao to be released. Originally, he was a bit interested in Tuoba Xiaoyao's secret, but after experiencing this matter, he felt some compassion and didn't make things difficult for him. Of course, part of the reason was that Emperor Yu saw Yufia's depressed expression these days, and his heart softened, feeling somewhat guilty towards her. Qing Yu was taken away from the manor. After leaving the heavenly prison and finally returning to the manor, Tuoba Xiaoyao heard this news, and his expression quickly turned unsightly. His big brother was still at the border and hadn't returned home yet. Only his unhappy father and second sister, Tuoba Qiongling, were at home. The elders didn't care about this matter at all. "Sai, I don't want to revive the clan right now as long as you guys are safe." Tuoba Yuntian originally had many things to say to Tuoba Xiaoyao, but at this time he could only sigh with a helpless expression. Tuoba Xiaoyao clenched his fists and remained silent. In fact, he had already guessed who sent this person. "Third brother." Tuoba Qiongling also had a guess in her heart and couldn't help but look at Tuoba Xiaoyao and ask with her eyes. "Qingyu will be fine, second sister. Father, don't worry." Tuoba Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. Chapter 608. Tuoba Yuntian only sighed at Tuoba Xiaoyao's promise. He thought he was comforting him and didn't take it to heart. His fourth daughter was kidnapped in the residence, and her whereabouts were still unknown. Although he had sent people to search everywhere these days, they didn't find any clues. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Tuoba Yuntian already had a bad premonition, but he still couldn't accept this reality. "Looks like I can only thicken my face and beg His Majesty. Maybe he will send people to help me on account of my hard work." Tuoba Yuntian had a bitter expression as he placed his last hope on Emperor Yu. If even Emperor Yu couldn't find Tuoba Qingyu's whereabouts, then he couldn't do anything. One had to know that the other party was extremely bold and arrogant. Not only did he commit murder in Great Yu's imperial capital, he even infiltrated the general's residence and kidnapped Tuoba Qingyu in front of all the maids and guards. Although there were many factions in the upper realm that had such methods, they weren't something a small state general like him could contend against. After Tuoba Yuntian left, only Tuoba Xiaoyao and his second sister, Tuoba Qiongling, were left in the courtyard. "Xiaoyao, is what you said true? Could it really be Gu Chang'e who sent people to kidnap Qingyu?" After a moment of silence and seeing that there was no one else here, Tuoba Qiongling asked in disbelief. "Apart from Gu Chang'e, no one would do anything to Qingyu. He is warning me not to play any tricks." Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression was gloomy as he clenched his fist. He naturally knew what Gu Chang'e was planning. This was to prevent him from acting rashly. At the same time, he had to hand over the heaven-wielding sword at the agreed time. Otherwise, Tuoba Qingyu's life would be in danger. "Gu Chang'e!" Tuoba Qiongling fell silent as a strong sense of helplessness grew in her heart. Facing such a terrifying enemy, even if they resisted, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would be courting death. However, second sister, don't worry. As long as I didn't give that thing to Gu Chang'e, Qingyu will be safe. Gu Chang'e shouldn't make things difficult for Qingyu during this period. Tuoba Xiaoyao comforted her, telling her not to worry and that he would think of a way. "I hope so." Tuoba Qiongling sighed. "By the way, second sister, some time ago in the border area, it is said that an ancient world that has never been opened before appeared. Big Brother is now leading troops to guard that place. How much do you know about this matter?" Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression turned solemn as he recalled another important matter. He asked in a deep voice. This matter was very secretive, and only the higher-ups of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty knew a little about it. He had only heard about it from his father by chance. When he was in the heavenly prison, he had carefully considered how to hand over the heaven-wielding sword at the agreed time. In the end, he concluded that he should go to the Shu sect, which he had cultivated in his previous life, and read the ancient books in the sword pavilion in the forbidden area. In his past life, when he was observing his ancestors' tribulation, he was affected by the heavenly tribulation and accidentally lost his life. In the end, a remnant of his soul did not perish and floated to the upper realm. That was how he was reborn in the body of the third young master of the Tuoba residence. Then, when he was in his teens, he awakened his memories of rebirth. So, to be exact, he had lived 3 lives. The ancient book on refining the mixed essence, heaven-wielding, sword embryo came from the sword pavilion of the Shu sect. What's wrong? Big Brother is guarding the space portal over there right now to prevent the other imperishable sects from discovering it. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Tuoba Cheongling was puzzled. That ancient great world that had yet to be opened was said to have a deep foundation and a long history. It could even give birth to existences of the enlightened path. This also meant that the ancient great world contained endless resources. Before it was opened, the Great Yu celestial dynasty would definitely do everything possible to cover up news of its existence. They would try to get the biggest share of the pie before the news was exposed. All the major forces in the upper realm did the same when facing such an ancient great world. So Tuoba Cheongling was not surprised. That was because the upper realm was the center of the heavens, where hundreds of millions of lower realms gathered. The level of the space barrier of some of these realms was comparable to that of the upper realm. Occasionally, when 2 realms collided, a space crack would appear, exposing their existence. I need to go and find Big Brother. Tuoba Xiaoyao nodded as he heard this. He had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was not interested in that ancient great world. But he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that he reincarnated into the Great Yu celestial dynasty because his previous world was adjacent to this one? What if the ancient great world that was suddenly exposed was the world he used to live and cultivate in? If that was the case, then he could return to his original world and look for a solution. Of course, Tuoba Xiaoyao had other plans in mind. His desire for revenge was active again. If that world was really the world he used to live in, did that not mean that he had an ancient great world as his foundation and could fight against Guchanga? Tuoba Xiaoyao did not stay as he thought of this. After packing his luggage, he stepped on the road to the border. After leaving the heavenly prison, he did not have time to look at Euphia. Of course, Tuoba Xiaoyao knew that now was not the time to talk about love. There were more important things waiting for him now. Compared to Tuoba Xiaoyao, who was in a hurry, Guchanga was more leisurely on the other side. In the past few days, the Prince of Ju-In Imperial Court, Jia Luo, came to find him from time to discuss when to go to Ju-In Imperial Court. Guchanga was naturally perfunctory about this. However, even so, Jia Luo's attitude towards him was still quite respectful. There was no lack of flattery in his words, and he even wanted to follow him. Guchanga thought about it and felt that he would go to Ju-In Imperial Court sooner or later. It would be good to have such an errand runner, so he did not refuse Jia Luo's request. After a while, Jia Luo became familiar with him. The back mountain of the Imperial Palace was an extremely open hunting ground. The ancient forest was lush, the mountain range extended, and the mountains were tall and majestic. It was shrouded in a thin fog. Occasionally, there would be multicolored light shooting into the sky, brilliant and brilliant. This was once a blessed land. It was said that there were immortals who preached here, but it was abandoned later on. However, in some corners, there would be many rare treasures. There were even ancient inscriptions that recorded some powerful treasured arts. Therefore, a certain emperor, you purposely transformed this place into a hunting ground. Normally, when the members of the imperial family had nothing to do, they liked to come here to hunt fierce beasts. There were many formations and restrictions engraved around the hunting ground. There were also soldiers patrolling, so there was no need to worry about people coming to disturb them during the hunt. There were many buildings and pavilions in the hunting ground. They were built magnificently, shining with treasure light, like a majestic, immortal palace. At this moment, Guchanga, second Prince Yulai, Jialuo, first Princess Euphia, and many famous young supreme beings of the great Yu celestial dynasty were gathered here. They stood in the pavilion and looked at the scene in the hunting ground. Guchanga wore a moon-white robe. His sparkling black hair was tied up with a simple hairband. His gaze was gentle and calm, appearing simple and leisurely, revealing a sense of laziness. Today, I invited young Master Changa here because I have nothing to do. Coincidentally, many captives from the border were sent over, so I wanted to play a little game. Yu Lai's figure was tall and straight. He walked with a majestic gait like a young emperor. There was a divine glow around him as he spoke with a smile. Emperor Yu had personally ordered him to get closer to Guchanga. Therefore, since he had nothing to do, Yu Lai arranged a little game and invited Guchanga and the others to come and take a look. This was to improve his relationship with Guchanga. Guchanga heard this and smiled. "Oh, what is this little game? It made Prince Yu Lai put on such a great show and invite us here?" Although he said so, he was not curious at all, nor was he interested. During this period of time, Guchanga actually planned to arrange for people to kill Yu Lai, so that the great Yu celestial dynasty would fall into chaos. However, this matter had not been arranged, and Yu Lai could not die in front of him. It was not good to do it in the imperial capital of the great Yu celestial dynasty, so he could only postpone it. Prisoners brought back from the border. The expressions of many young supreme martial artists changed slightly when they heard this. It was obvious that they had guessed something. Of course it's a little game. In other countries, these people would be incredible geniuses and big shots. Yu Lai laughed and did not explain further. Then, as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from outside the hunting ground. A few prison carriages were pushed over. They were covered with a layer of black cloth that could block the probing of divine perception, so the crowd could not see clearly what was inside. However, from this formation, the crowd could guess something. Euphia's eyes flashed with pity, but she did not say anything. "Bring them all up." Yu Lai's expression was cold. He waved his hand and ordered the prison carriages to be pushed over. When they were near, the black cloth was removed, revealing the scene inside. There were many cultivators and living beings imprisoned in these prison carriages. There were men, women, old, and all races. Their faces were pale, their clothes were tattered, and they were in a sorry state. Their expressions were either anger, coldness, stupefaction, hatred, despair, fear. They were all different. As an immortal force, the great Yu celestial dynasty had a boundless territory and a strong foundation. However, there were still conflicts with the big forces around. There were often battles at the border. These people were all prisoners of the enemy forces who were captured at the border. There were ordinary disciples as well as geniuses, saintesses, and elders of the enemy forces. Since you are not willing to surrender to the great Yu celestial dynasty, I will give you a chance to live today. Yu Lai looked at the people in the prison carriages coldly and said, "These people were shackled with cultivation restrictions. They were extremely heavy. Even the elders with profound cultivation were no different from ordinary people now. They could not use their cultivation and magic power. It was extremely difficult for them to even walk. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. If I frown," hearing this, someone in the prison carriage immediately cursed. However, before he could finish his words, he let out a shrill scream. The chains under his feet suddenly glowed. Streaks of purple lightning flashed and crackled. His whole body was turned into ashes, and his body and soul were destroyed. This scene made the surrounding people even more terrified. Many people could not help but tremble in extreme fear. "You really don't know what is good for you. I gave you a way to live, but you didn't take it. You just had to court death." Yu Lai's expression did not change at all. He was still incomparably cold. These prisoners of the enemy forces should have been executed long ago. However, he wanted to bring some fun to him, so he kept them. I can let you live today. This ancient forest in front of you will be the place where you will escape to next. If you are still alive after 3 days, then I will let you go. I can even let you return to the forces behind you. Yu Lai said lightly and explained the rules of this game to everyone. Not only were there ferocious beasts in this hunting ground, but there were also all kinds of dangerous places. In addition, there were also people chasing behind. These prisoners had their cultivation sealed. They were no different from ordinary people. Even if they tried their best to escape, they could not run far. Of course, in order to add to the fun of the game, Yu Lai and the others would not use their magic easily. The other young supremes here were obviously used to this kind of thing. They were not surprised, and their expressions did not change. However, the prince of the extreme imperial court, Garlot, was a little interested. He did not expect the little game Yu Lai mentioned to be this. After Yu Lai finished explaining the rules of the game, the prisoner carriage was opened. Everyone inside, dragging the heavy chains, scattered. No matter how much of a backbone he had, he still chose to compromise and desperately fled into the depths. He wouldn't let go of such a chance to live. Even ants struggled to survive, let alone humans. Although this chance of survival was very slim. I will not participate in this little game. I will just watch from here. Seeing this, Gu Changa's expression did not change much. He shook his head and smiled in response to Yu Lai's invitation. Ha! In that case, see you in 3 days. Yu Lai did not expect Gu Changa to refuse. His expression froze, but he did not care. After laughing, he mounted his mount, picked up his bow and arrows, and quickly chased after them. In this kind of hunting game, the participants would be ranked according to the number of prisoners they killed. The winner could also get a lot of good things and win the prizes. Soon, there were only a few people left in the pavilion. Except for Gu Changa, First Princess Euphia did not participate. Her expression was quite haggard, as if she had something on her mind. Why does young Lord Changa not participate in this hunting game? Euphia saw that Gu Changa seemed to be looking at her and could not help but come back to her senses. Although these people were prisoners of the enemy forces, she still could not bear to torture them one more time before they died. Naturally, I feel bored. Gu Changa smiled faintly and said casually. Euphia forced a smile and said, For young Lord Changa, this kind of hunting game is indeed boring. Are these prisoners all brought back from the border? Gu Changa smiled noncommittally and then asked. Of course. Euphia nodded. She didn't know why Gu Changa asked this question. Then, this is a bit interesting. Gu Changa's eyes became a little interested. In an instant, his divine sense enveloped the entire ancient forest and fell on a thin and delicate figure who was struggling to escape with heavy chains. Chapter 609. The hunting ground was not very big. It only covered a radius of a few 100,000 miles. For a cultivator with a high cultivation base, his divine thought could completely envelop the hunting ground in an instant and see everything that happened there. Gu Changa stood on the pavilion with his hands behind his back. He looked out the window with a deep gaze. Interesting. Euphia was stunned. She did not know what Gu Changa meant. She had a lot on her mind and seemed a little absent-minded. Gu Changa smiled and did not intend to explain to her. Before coming to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, he knew that there was a suspected ancient world at the border of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. It was just that this news was well hidden by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. It was hard to tell whether it was true or not. He sensed a strange aura among the captives from the border of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. To be exact, it was a completely different aura of the laws of heaven and earth. If it's just contamination, that kind of aura will disappear with time. But it seems that it's not a simple contamination. It's more like it was born and bred in another world. Could it be a native of another world? Then how did it end up in this world and become a captive? Guchanga's divine thought swept across and landed on the petite and thin figure. From the appearance, it was a 15 or 16-year-old girl in linen clothes. Her hair was unkempt, and her face was dirty. Her long hair was stained with blood and stuck together. Some parts were even knotted. It was only vaguely possible to distinguish her gender. Her ankles were locked with heavy shackles. It was very strenuous for her to move, and it made a lot of noise. Even under such circumstances, she was still running desperately in the wild forest. Her eyes were exceptionally calm on her filthy face, revealing a strong desire and will to live. No matter what her cultivation base was before or what her background was, she was now just a captive. The only way to survive was to run as fast as she could and not let the hunter behind her catch up. Guchanga's divine thought swept across the rest of the captives, but he did not sense the unusual aura of the laws of heaven and earth from them. This young girl suddenly piqued his interest. If she really came from the ancient world that the great Yu celestial dynasty tried to hide, perhaps he could get a lot of information from her. Guchanga's innerverse was at a critical juncture, and his epic Tao fruit was about to mature. He urgently needed to find a suitable world origin to fuse with. Although there were hundreds of millions of lower realms around the upper realm, the levels of those lower realms were too low. Even though he had fused with the world origin, it wouldn't have much of an effect on Guchanga's inner universe's transformation. Furthermore, he was planning to set up a bait to lure the orthodoxies from the upper realm. If he could use an ancient great world as bait, it would be more appropriate. Thinking of this, Guchanga was not in a hurry. Instead, he used his spiritual force to observe the girl's actions. The hunting area was very large. The forest was vast and boundless. There were also quite a few captives who were fleeing for their lives. There were at least a few hundred of them, and they were fleeing in all directions. Some of them were chased by a few princes riding ferocious beasts and were shot to death by a few arrows in despair. Most of them were bitten to death by the ferocious beasts in the hunting ground and became food. Some of them accidentally entered dangerous places and triggered dangerous prohibitions. They exploded into a bloody mist in an instant. There's a deep pool 3,000 miles ahead. There's a poisonous dragon hiding there. If we continue to flee, I'm afraid we'll die in its mouth. Guchanga raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see if the girl could survive. However, judging from the current situation, she was about to face a life-threatening crisis. With her cultivation sealed and her hands and feet shackled, she would definitely die if she faced a poisonous dragon of the Saint Realm. If she died like this, it would be difficult for him to find any clues about that ancient world. Since we have nothing to do, Ada, come with me. Guchanga wasn't interested in this hunting game at first. However, he immediately changed his mind. He ordered Ada behind him to pick up the bow and arrows and was about to get up. Euphia was a little stunned. She didn't expect Guchanga to change his mind. However, she didn't ask anything. In her opinion, perhaps Guchanga felt that it was boring to stay here with her. So, he preferred this hunting game. Since young Master Changa wants to participate, it's better to let Fia accompany you. Euphia thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak. However, before she could finish speaking, Guchanga smiled and waved his hand to refuse. Princess Fia, I don't need to trouble you. I'll let Ada follow me. He naturally wouldn't let Euphia follow him in this kind of matter. That girl was obviously hiding some secrets. She didn't look like an ordinary captive. Okay. Euphia didn't expect Guchanga to refuse so straightforwardly. She felt a little embarrassed in her heart. However, as the eldest princess of Great Yu, she didn't show the slightest abnormality due to her good self-restraint. She knew that Ada, whom Guchanga mentioned, was a subordinate of a quasi-emperor. His strength was extremely terrifying. He had once displayed a terrifying aura in Kunwa City. Guchanga didn't say much to her. Then he left the pavilion with Ada and went into the dense forest with ancient trees. The mist was thin, pervading the surroundings. The trees were extremely lush, covering the sky, casting down a large shadow. Rustle. Large patches of dried leaves were crushed by the rapid footsteps. Then they were trampled into the deep mud. This was a swamp full of thorns, surrounded by miasma. Many insects and ants could be seen crawling around. There were also some corpses buried in the mud. No one knew how long they had been dead here. The girl had disheveled hair and a dirty face. Her coarse hemp clothes were extremely tattered. Her exposed skin was covered with blood and mud. She had fled all the way here while dragging the heavy chains. At this moment, she looked back and didn't see the hunters chasing after her. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then she leaned against a withered tree and gasped for breath. However, when she was gasping for breath, she seemed to have touched her injuries. She frowned and her face turned pale from the pain. Fortunately, her face was full of dirt and her expression couldn't be seen clearly. After resting for a while, the girl quickly got up. She didn't covet the comfort of this moment. Instead, she chose to continue fleeing. Although they had been given 3 full days to escape, she was very clear that the other party had a cultivation base. It would be too easy for them to find her location. Therefore, she had to seize every opportunity to escape into the depths of the swamp. Only then could she have a better chance of surviving these 3 days. She had to live. She couldn't die here. She still had a lot of things to do. The girl's eyes were very serious and calm, which was extraordinary. Especially at this moment, she was full of scars and dragging the heavy chains. Since she was caught and her cultivation was sealed, she hadn't eaten any food, including water. Even though she was once a powerful cultivator, she almost fainted in this situation. Moreover, she was now no different from a mortal. Apart from her strong body, she had no advantages. In the eyes of those hidden beasts, she was the best food. Father fought against the extraterrestrial demons, and his whereabouts are unknown. Mother is still waiting for me at home. I can't die here. I have to go home. The girl clenched her fists. She was holding an extremely ordinary-looking short sword, which was less than the length of a palm. This was her only weapon now, and her only means of survival. She wasn't a person of this world. To be precise, she wasn't a person of the upper realm. Instead, she came from an ancient world where everyone cultivated the sword. Her father was one of the strongest existences in that world. He was also one of the few remaining Earth sword immortals. However, because he was indifferent to fame and didn't like fighting, he had been living in seclusion in the mountains. She had been practicing the sword since she was young. Her talent was amazing, and she had long been taught by her father. At such a young age, she had defeated all the geniuses. Together with a few other geniuses, they were called the 4 Little Sword Immortals. However, everything that seemed perfect was destroyed half a year ago. On that day, a terrifying crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, as if a wound had been opened in the sky. Even though they were far away, mortals could see the terrifying scene clearly. They trembled in fear. Terrifying gales and chaotic turbulence constantly blew from that place, as if it was leading to another terrifying world. Even the strongest existences who were known as Earth Sword Immortals didn't dare to step into that place rashly. They were worried that they would be sucked in and be smashed to pieces. In their world, the lifespan of Earth Sword Immortals could be counted in tens of thousands of years. Their strength could only be described as terrifying. It was easy for them to pluck the stars and take the moon, move mountains and fill seas. However, they were helpless in the face of such a huge crack in the sky. Then, something even more terrifying happened. In the following days, many creatures appeared from that crack. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. Some old people said that these were the extraterrestrial demons recorded in ancient books. They came from the distant and boundless outer realms. They might even be on the other side of the starry sky. When the space barriers shattered, they would invade. They held all kinds of terrifying weapons in their hands. Their appearances were even more ferocious and terrifying. They started to kill and wreak havoc in their world, trying to take over their world. There seemed to be no end to such creatures. After they resisted one wave, more and more of them came. Moreover, their strength was even more terrifying. In the end, even the Earth Sword Immortals, who were known to be invincible, were seriously injured by the strongest of those creatures. Their lives were in danger. Although they finally forced the group of terrifying extraterrestrial demons to retreat, they also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, they knew that the extraterrestrial demons that came next would be even more terrifying. They had no chance of resisting. Therefore, the major sects, Shu Sect, Sword Cliff, Kongshan, began to gather all the Sword Immortals to discuss the matter of resisting the extraterrestrial demons together. In the end, they came up with the idea that since they couldn't seal that crack, they would send people to pass through it and go to the source of the crack. They would eliminate the source and thus stop this disaster. Ever since the previous Sword Immortal of Shu Sect passed away, no one in their world could break through space. Therefore, this was the only way. Her father happened to be among the group of Earth Sword Immortals who went to eliminate the source. Her father promised her and her mother that he would return after eliminating the source. However, after several months, there was no news at all. All the Earth Sword Immortals who went to eliminate the source were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no trace of them. She didn't believe that something would happen to such a powerful existence like her father. Therefore, she ignored her mother's objection and resolutely stepped into that crack. Chapter 610. Although it had been less than half a year since the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, it had already caused great panic and disaster in their world. Many of the older generation even asserted that the next invasion of the extraterrestrial demons would be the time when their world would be completely destroyed. Therefore, many of the most powerful people who had reached the level of Earth Sword Immortal had gathered in various sects, trying to find a solution. And this time, the elimination of the source of the extraterrestrial demons was also proposed by the current sect master of Shu Sect, E-Sword Deity, who is known as the one who flattened the sky with one sword. Her father was a famous and powerful existence in their world. In the face of such a crisis, he naturally chose to rush to that crack in an attempt to stop this disaster. Unfortunately, several months had passed, and there was no news of her father. The rest of the people who went with him also disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. Then, without telling her mother, she stepped on the path that her father had once left. If her father had died there, she would have to bring his body back. Before she found traces of her father, she could not die here. Many thoughts came back, causing the girl's expression to be a little absent-minded. In fact, when she passed through that crack in space, she did not expect that on the other side, besides the terrifying space turbulence and various chaotic storms, there would be majestic and heavy auras of various worlds. Under that kind of heavy aura, even the battle suit that her father had left for her could not withstand for a moment and was shattered. She hadn't gone far when she saw the familiar group of otherworldly demons charging at her. They drove the purple bronze warship over, majestic and terrifying, like a towering demonic mountain, passing through the space turbulence. All kinds of terrifying, chaotic auras around them could not stop them at all. At that time, the girl finally understood in despair that the power of the extraterrestrial demons was far from what they could contend against and resist. Even the Earth Sword Immortal, who was known as the invincible Earth Sword Immortal, could not move an inch in such a place. However, the extraterrestrial demons could walk on flat ground, control all kinds of terrifying weapons, and destroy heaven and earth. How could they resist such a group of terrifying enemies? Facing that group of extraterrestrial demons, she was caught before she could escape far. Her hands and feet were shackled with heavy shackles, and she could not use the slightest bit of cultivation, becoming no different from an ordinary person. After that, she was imprisoned in a cold and damp cage, where she spent a period of time in darkness and fear. Fortunately, She later discovered that a senior who had come with her father to eliminate the source was actually imprisoned beside her. That senior's injuries were very serious, and he was about to die, but he still dragged his injured body and told her some useful information. The good news was that her father was not captured by those extraterrestrial demons. At the critical moment, he suddenly made a breakthrough in his cultivation and escaped into the chaotic space turbulence. Then his whereabouts were unknown. But the bad news was that the group of extraterrestrial devils was only a certain power in this enormous world that they resided in now, and it was absolutely not all the races in the world. Their strength and terror were far from something that they could go against. Eliminating the source? That was just a joke. What kind of despairing news was this? The true supreme expert had yet to appear, and everything was still in the process of probing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to repel those otherworldly demons. Later on, that senior used a secret technique to burn his remaining body to create chaos and help her escape. But this escape was not successful, and she was caught halfway. The only thing that could be confirmed was that her identity as a native was not exposed, and she was imprisoned with a group of local captives who tried to escape. From those captives, she gradually learned some information about this world. This world is extremely vast and is the center of the heavens. There are countless experts, and it connects to various worlds, so there are often invasions and attacks on other worlds. The young girl's eyes were extremely calm. She did not recall what happened these days and began to focus on escaping. She was very clear that those so-called extraterrestrial devils were actually sent by the power that imprisoned her now. Even in this vast and mysterious world, the Great U Celestial Dynasty was a terrifying power at the level of a supergiant. Its inheritance had exceeded tens of millions of years and spanned across many eras. In the world that she lived in previously, the power with the longest inheritance was only a few 100,000 years old. In front of such a colossus, she was simply as insignificant as an ant. There was no possibility of comparing the two of them at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking through the air came from behind. The young girl's expression changed, and she hurriedly hid in a corner of the bluestone. Although she did not have any cultivation now, her 5 senses were extremely sharp, and she could hear the movement coming from not far away. Some people were chasing in her direction, and there were many of them. She quickly suppressed her breathing and did not move at all. Now, she was no different from a mortal. Facing a group of cultivators, there was no chance of survival at all. Now, she could only pray that that group of people did not discover her tracks. Hey, I clearly sensed that there was prey in this direction just now. Why did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that I sensed wrongly? A group of young men and women in luxurious clothes rushed here on ferocious beasts. Their bodies were shrouded in treasure light, and they were very extraordinary. The person who spoke was a man in embroidered clothes with decent facial features, but his face was slightly gloomy. He held a treasure bow in his hand and seemed to be preparing to shoot the prey with an arrow. At this moment, it was as if he saw his prey escape. He looked around with a surprised expression on his face. Maybe we sensed wrongly. Why don't we look in another direction? Next to the man in embroidered clothes, another gloomy-looking man showed a mocking smile and deliberately asked. Seeing this, the rest of the people also laughed. With a cat-and-mouse smile on their faces, they echoed, "It seems that the prey has escaped. What a pity. If we had come earlier, we might have been able to catch it. What a pity. Forget it. Let's look in another direction." The man in embroidered clothes had a helpless expression and seemed to sigh. Then, the group turned around and left on their ferocious beasts. They were going to look in other areas. The young girl had been hiding behind the bluestone. Her body was tense and extremely nervous. She held her breath, and her body was drenched in cold sweat. She did not dare to move at all. At this moment, hearing the sound of the group leaving, she could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, she was very cautious and did not directly reveal herself. Instead, she continued to hide and planned to leave when the time was safe. After a few minutes, the young girl finally felt that the danger had passed. The group of young men and women went in another direction and did not find any trace of her. She almost collapsed from behind the blue stone. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. However, just as she was about to reveal herself from behind the blue stone and continue to flee, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the other side. It was incomparably abrupt, like a clap of thunder exploding on the spot. Hearing this voice, the girl's body stiffened, and her face suddenly turned pale. Although it was covered by the filth, one could still see her uneasiness and disbelief. However, she was not an ordinary person. She quickly recovered. Her gaze was incomparably calm as she turned her head to look at the group of young men and women riding on the ferocious beasts. The small hand under the sleeve tightly gripped the short sword that was less than an inch long, like a little tabby cat that was about to pounce on the enemy. Ha ha ha! This guy is really lucky that we didn't notice him. What a joke! I like to see their expressions change from hope to despair. A moment ago they thought they had escaped, but the next moment they fell into hell. You didn't expect it, did you? How interesting! Begging for fresh flowers 0, the more desperate you are, the happier we are. This kind of struggle when watching the prey on the verge of death is simply one of the great joys of life. The man in embroidered clothes and the others riding on the ferocious beasts appeared on the other side of the girl with a playful smile on their faces. They did not leave, but just circled around in another direction, and then returned to the original place. Therefore, they had been watching the various changes in the girl's expression, from the initial long sigh of relief to shock and disbelief. This was what they liked to do the most before hunting. After all, with their strength, how could they not discover the traces of the girl? However, in the face of the merciless mockery and ridicule from the brocade-robed man and the others, however, at this moment, the young girl showed an extraordinary calmness and ferocity. Her dark eyes did not show the slightest ripple, as if she was not in this world. She did not show the fear, and despair that the man in embroidered clothes and the others wanted to see. This expression made the smiles on their faces gradually disappear. The man in embroidered clothes frowned and was very displeased. What a boring guy. Death is at hand, but he is calm? The man with a gloomy expression cursed in a low voice, and he was also extremely displeased. This was because the young girl didn't show any fear or despair as they had hoped, let alone beg for mercy. This made them suddenly feel that this matter had become boring. If you want to live, perhaps you can kneel down and beg us, and we might let you go. The man in embroidered clothes spoke indifferently with a superior expression and a compassionate attitude. If the girl knelt down and begged for mercy at this time and cried bitterly and wanted to live, then they could slightly show that they wanted to let her go, and then kill her when she was full of hope. They were very good at how to torture people. However, the man in embroidered clothes was still disappointed. The girl's expression was still so indifferent, calm, and fierce, as if she would fight them to the death at any time. It's better to kill such a boring guy. It's boring. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to flee. Once these 3 breaths of time have passed, whether or not you can escape my arrows will depend on your fate. The man in embroidered clothes spoke indifferently, and as soon as he finished speaking, he started to draw his bow. The attendant at the side withdrew a few arrows that were tainted with a light green color and passed them to him. Obviously, these arrows were tainted with poison. Even if it was just a layer of skin, it could take a cultivator's life in a short period of time. Moreover, the following path of escape would be accompanied by fear and pain, and they would be unable to do anything and could only wait for death to descend. When she heard the man in embroidered clothes, the girl's expression changed slightly, and then she turned around and fled towards the swamp behind her. Miasma surged into the sky there, and it was filled with all sorts of mud and poisonous insects. This group of young men and women in luxurious clothes would definitely not chase her there. 1, 3, swoosh, swoosh. The corners of the man in embroidered clothes carried a wisp of a mocking arc. After he finished counting to 1, he didn't continue counting and directly drew his bow and shot towards the direction the girl fled towards. The arrows pierced through the air, bringing with them a terrifying whistling sound. Like streaks of heavenly rainbows, they directly split open the mud above the swamp, revealing the dry riverbed below. Many ancient trees on both sides of the swamp exploded under this aura. Not to mention people without cultivation. Even ferocious beasts with powerful physiques would be blown up by this arrow and be destroyed in both body and soul. The others watched this scene with expressions of mockery and pity. They silently waited for the moment the girl was shot to death. From their point of view, there would be no accidents. Am I going to die here? The girl originally didn't think the man in embroidered clothes would keep his promise to a captive like her, so she started to flee at the first moment. However, her speed was still far from the arrow behind her. That was the only thought left in her mind. Her feet stumbled and her entire body fell into the swamp. 2. Chapter 611. Uft. The next moment, thick blood splashed in the air, looking extremely dazzling. The girl stared blankly at the scene in front of her, somewhat in disbelief. She did not feel the slightest pain because those arrows were shot down by an invisible force when they were about to hit her, exploding into ashes in the air. Not far away, several arrows were shot and pierced through the brocade-clad man's glabella like lightning. There was even a cruel sneer on his face. Until the moment of his death, he did not realize what was going on. Who saved me? The girl struggled to stand up in the swamp and looked around, trying to find the direction of the arrows. She found it hard to believe. Who would save her at this critical moment? Zhao Kong is dead. It's over. His father is the elder of the Scarlet Sect. We're all doomed. The brocade-clad man's companions were also stunned at this moment. Their faces were full of horror. They never thought that someone would suddenly kill Zhao Kong. Who is it? Who launched a sneak attack in the dark? Then someone reacted and roared. His eyes were full of anger as he tried to find the attacker. It's me. In the thin fog not far away, a calm man's voice was heard. Gu Changa appeared with Ada. He seemed to have just finished shooting the arrows and handed the bow and arrows in his hand to Ada behind him. Then he walked over unhurriedly. The moment they saw Gu Changa, many young men and women here turned pale. Many of them widened their eyes in disbelief and could not help but tremble on the spot. They were extremely frightened. Changa, young Lord Changa, the voice of the person who had just roared was trembling, and he was extremely terrified. Even if he was given 10,000 times more courage, he would not dare to scold Gu Changa casually. Leave them as an eyesore. Kill them all. Gu Changa did not pay attention to the expressions of the people here. He said to Ada casually and still walked over. Yes, my lord. Ada wore a cold and emotionless expression, wearing a dark blue armor. He looked like a burly god of war. He directly moved forward, intending to kill those young men and women. Seeing this scene, the group of people turned deathly pale. They were almost scared silly. They never thought that Gu Changa would actually want to kill them. Someone reacted and was about to turn into a streak of divine rainbow and flee. However, Ada's palm directly covered dozens of miles. It even crushed the sky and enveloped everyone. With a puff, all of them turned into a bloody mist. They didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. The royal family expert, who was secretly in charge of guarding this hunting ground, watched this scene from afar. His eyelids twitched, and he quickly averted his gaze, pretending not to know anything. You can stand up now. The young girl stared blankly at all of this. Before she could come back to her senses, she suddenly heard a man's calm voice. She looked at the outstretched hand in front of her in disbelief. He was slender, fair, and clean, as if he was not tainted by the slightest bit of dust. At this moment, this exceedingly good-looking young man had passed through the muddy swamp all the way to her. His clean white clothes were stained with a lot of dirt, but he didn't seem to care at all. He was completely different from those people she had met before. Moreover, he was the one who suddenly appeared, killed those young men and women, and saved her. The young girl saw clearly that those young men and women were extremely fearful of him. The follower behind him was even more frightening. He even gave her the feeling that she had seen a land sword immortal. Even so, the young girl remained silent. Her eyes were vigilant. She didn't grab the hand and stand up. Instead, she frowned and endured the excruciating pain. She grabbed the vines next to her and struggled to stand up. She understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. She didn't know this person, so why did he suddenly save her? This was abnormal to begin with. Seeing that the young girl was stubborn and calm, and at the same time had an incomparably vigilant look in her eyes, Guchanga gently smiled and took back his hand. What a pair of beautiful eyes! The young girl understood his words. In fact, during the time she was imprisoned, she had learned the language of this world. It was just that she rarely spoke. Seeing that Guchanga didn't have the slightest malicious intent, the young girl was silent for a moment. Then she slowly walked to the edge of the swamp and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, why did you save me?" She was very calm and collected. Her hand tightly grasped the dagger, but her heart was still full of vigilance. A real bad person wouldn't show their malice on their face. This was a principle that she had understood since she was young. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I just happened to see this scene and feel that you are very pitiful. You have to know that in this world there are good people. It's just that it's very rare to meet them." Guchanga gently smiled. His words were very casual. The young girl was silent for a moment. She raised her dark eyes and looked at him. "You are a good person?" This was the first time that she had seen someone who would so bluntly say that he was a good person. "No, I'm not a good person either. I just occasionally show kindness." Guchanga shook his head and still smiled. The young girl was still silent. The young man in front of her clearly made her feel very scared, but she didn't feel the slightest danger. This was a strange and contradictory feeling. "Your injuries are very serious. Even if you can escape, you will be eaten by some vicious beast." Guchanga's eyes casually swept over her body. The young girl nodded. Her eyes didn't change. "I know." Then, as if she felt that it wasn't appropriate to say this, she said, "Thank you for saving me just now." Guchanga smiled and waved his hand. "You're welcome. It's just a small matter. I'm going to continue running for my life." The young girl's face was full of dirt. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly. "If I can survive, I will repay your kindness in the future." After saying this, she planned to turn around and continue to escape. Although Guchanga seemed to be very strong and had a mysterious background, it was very likely that he could easily let her live. But she wouldn't ask for it. In this situation, she was still proud in her bones. Moreover, she understood that the white-clothed man in front of her had no obligation to save her. Perhaps just now it was only because it was a small matter that he helped her. But why should she let him continue to save her? But when she tried to take a few steps, she accidentally touched her injuries. It was so painful that her face suddenly turned white and she almost fell to the ground again. "I already said that your injuries are very serious." Guchanga seemed to sigh helplessly. The young girl frowned slightly and covered her wounds. Fresh blood seeped out again, mixed with a lot of dirt, turning the ground in front of her black. She really couldn't run anymore. If she ran again, she would probably die from her injuries before the hunters behind her could catch up. Thinking of this, the young girl fell silent. She still hadn't found her father, and she still hadn't returned to give her mother an explanation. She couldn't just die here like this. "Can you help me?" She raised her eyes and looked at Guchanga, who was behind her. Her eyes were filled with questions and a little bit of vigilance. "What's your name?" Guchanga didn't answer her directly. Instead, he smiled casually. "Ah Ching, Chen Ah Ching," the young girl replied. "Ah Ching? That's a good name, Guchanga praised and said. I can save you and let you live, but I want to know about the things in your world. The young girl, Ching, was stunned. Her eyes suddenly became alert. Guchanga was different from the others. He actually saw through her background. Don't look at me like that. It's not difficult to see through this. Living in a different world. You'll always be tainted with the aura of your original world. Your aura is different from ours, Guchanga said with a smile. And you must know that there are good people in this world. Why don't you try to trust me? You're a good person. Ching fell silent again. She didn't know what to say and could only say the sentence. It seemed that this sentence was the only thing that could make her feel relieved. I've always thought so too. Guchanga smiled. Because of Guchanga's protection, the young girl Ching was slightly relieved. Her nerves and body that had been tense all this time suddenly relaxed. However, this relaxation almost made her pass out from the pain. Both her old and new injuries were triggered at the same time. Fortunately, she had cultivated the sword since she was a child, and her willpower was extremely shocking. She forcibly endured the pain. Besides, she was still quite worried. She knew nothing about Guchanga, including his name, identity, and background, although his follower was very powerful. After experiencing the incident of fighting against the extraterrestrial demons, she realized that in this world, masters of that level were not rare. Previously, Guchanga casually killed that group of people, so how would he deal with the many troubles that followed? She was very clear and calm. She knew that the young men and women who participated in this hunting game were the descendants of famous families in this world. They had powerful backgrounds and must not be provoked. Although Guchanga's expression had always been very casual and relaxed, as if she didn't take those things to heart, she was still very worried. Nevertheless, she couldn't take the initiative to ask Guchanga about these things. For the next few days, the young girl, Ching, didn't find anyone chasing after her, and there were no ferocious beasts roaring in the surroundings. Because she had consumed a pill given by Guchanga, many of her old injuries were miraculously healed. The effect of the pill could be said to be a divine pill. In the world that she lived in before, if such a pill appeared, it would definitely cause a scramble for it. Its value was simply unimaginable, and it could even be regarded as another life. However, in Guchanga's hands, it was used to treat her injuries, which seemed extremely ordinary. In fact, given some time, her injuries could be healed. There was no need to waste 0.2 of such a precious pill. Many details made Ching speculate about Guchanga's identity. Who was he? Along the way, she didn't see Guchanga shoot the other captives. Even if she saw it, she didn't care and let it fend for itself. Soon, several days passed, and the hunting game finally ended. Ching silently followed behind Guchanga, returning to the place where they were imprisoned. To be precise, it was in the pavilion there. There, the second Prince Yulai, Yuming, Prince Juyin Jiaoluo, and many other young supreme martial artists were already waiting. They came back early and were very surprised to learn that Guchanga also entered the dense forest after they left, so they quietly waited here for Guchanga's return. This hunting game was just a way for them to pass the time. In fact, it wasn't of much use. However, if they could use this to deepen their relationship with Guchanga, it would naturally be for the best. Young Master Changa, this is? Yulai, Yufia, and the others were very surprised to see Ching following behind Guchanga, and asked in puzzlement. She wore coarse hemp clothes, and some parts were even tattered. Her hair was dirty, and her face was covered in dirt. Only the outline of her face could be vaguely seen, and one could tell that she was a young girl. She looked exactly like a captive. Why was such a person following behind Guchanga? Chapter 612. Ching was still dressed the way she was when she was captured. Her coarse hemp clothes were very old and stained with mud and blood. She lowered her head and followed behind Guchanga. Along the way, she seemed to have turned a blind eye to everything around her. Although she had settled down these days and did not need to continue running, she did not clean the dirt and blood on her face. That was because it was also a good way for her to cover up. She did not need to worry about others seeing her real face and causing unnecessary trouble. Guchanga did not show any disdain for her appearance. I met a pitiful person in this hunt. I couldn't bear to see her like this, so I saved her. Guchanga said casually with a faint smile on his face. I see. Everyone was enlightened and did not doubt his words. They were just a little envious of Aching. In that case, she was a blessing in disguise and turned from a captive to a captive. If she followed Guchanga, even the great Yu Celestial Dynasty, which was her previous enemy, would not dare to say a word. Of course, no one knew Aching's identity. Even Yu Lai and the others did not know. They just treated her as an ordinary captive. Like the others, she was escorted here after being defeated at the border. Aching stood quietly behind Guchanga and watched him talk casually with the many young heavenly legends in front of him. Everyone showed a respectful and flattering attitude towards him. Even the future successor of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty, who arranged this hunting game, was extremely respectful to him. This made her feel like she was in a dream. She could not tell whether it was real or not and could not calm down. What was the background and identity of Guchanga, who saved her? In the past few days, Guchanga did not take the initiative to ask about her background and other things. He only showed interest occasionally. She had always maintained a vigilant attitude towards everything around her, so she had always remained silent and never talked about the things that happened in her world. Guchanga didn't seem to be in a hurry, but this made her even more confused. She didn't know how to repay his kindness. She was a person who didn't like to owe favors, but Guchanga had saved her life twice. For such a favor, even if she had to work like an ox or a horse, it wouldn't be too much. A few Heaven's Prides from the Scarlet Lotus sect have gone missing. 17A young Heaven's Pride suddenly noticed that some of the people who had returned were missing. How could anyone get into trouble in such a hunting game? And it was actually a group of people. Aching's hands tightened under her sleeves as she broke out in a cold sweat. The group of people who chased after her seemed to be from the Crimson Lotus sect. If the other party found out that the disappearance of that group of people was related to Guchanga, then she would not hesitate to stand up and take responsibility for everything. The hunting ground is fraught with danger. Sometimes when you encounter danger, it's normal for accidents to happen. Second Prince, Yu Lai, didn't seem to be surprised. He waved his hand and smiled, gesturing for the crowd to not take it to heart. Of course, he had already heard about it. After all, there were experts guarding the hunting ground who were paying close attention to the situation. When Guchanga killed that group of people, that expert had already sensed it. But he didn't dare to say anything and could only pretend that he didn't see it. Yes, it is indeed fraught with danger. Even we encountered many dangers and almost lost our lives. Brother Zhao Kong and the others are really unlucky. The people present were not fools. They understood that the second prince was implying that they shouldn't get involved in this matter and should just treat it as an accident. Immediately, they all agreed. Even the second prince had to cover up for him. How did that group of people disappear? Was there a need to think further? Aching looked at all this in a daze and almost couldn't react. This was a big trouble in her opinion, but it was solved just like that. She was not stupid. She could see that the second prince was telling everyone to not get involved in this matter. Come, take off this girl's shackles. While Aching was feeling conflicted, the second Prince Yu Lai suddenly glanced in her direction and ordered with a smile on his face. This was a forbidden weapon, specially made by the great Yu Celestial Dynasty, and it was engraved with special array patterns and restrictions. If it was forcibly opened by external force, it would only explode with a bang, and the captive would be destroyed in body and soul. Therefore, most people wouldn't touch it, let alone open it. Soon, with a clang, the heavy shackles fell to the ground, and the long-awaited Dharma power flowed in her body again. Ah Ching sensed all this in a daze and felt that it was all too surreal. Not only did the future heir of the great Yu celestial dynasty have a huge change in attitude towards her, but even the people around her looked at her with envy. Envy a captive like her? Although it hadn't been long since Ah Ching came to this world, she still understood what the future heir of the great Yu celestial dynasty represented. To put it bluntly, he only needed to say a word to send many of the terrifying armies from before to attack the world she was in and occupy it. Such a person was now standing in front of her and speaking to her nicely. It was completely different from his previous cold and heartless attitude. Ah Ching subconsciously looked up at Gu Changa. However, he just sat at the head of the table with his usual warm smile on his face. He sipped his tea unhurriedly and looked down as if everything was natural. At this moment, Ah Ching noticed that everything in this world was centered around him. She suddenly understood why Gu Changa could kill that group of people so easily. Even the powerful figures behind the great Yu celestial dynasty could only pretend that they didn't know anything when they found out. After leaving this place, Ah Ching was in a daze. The long-awaited peace made her feel that it was somewhat unreal. Gu Changa's temporary palace was located in the northeast of the imperial palace. It was extremely beautiful and ethereal. There were all kinds of exotic flowers blooming, rockery, and pavilions. It was extremely majestic and peaceful, far away from the hustle and bustle. After Ah Ching was brought here, she didn't see Gu Changa. A maid took her to wash her clothes and clean the mud and blood stains. She didn't resist. She lay in the bath made of limestone. The surface of the bath was steaming with many beautiful petals falling down. Her black hair floated down like a mass of seaweed. Since the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons and the disappearance of her father, she hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. She was extremely lazy. Her mind was empty. She didn't want to think about anything. After coming to this world, she became a captive and lived a dark life. Every day, she thought about how to survive, find her father, and go home. Clean water, food, spiritual fruits, and beautiful clothes. These things were far away from her, but now they were suddenly placed in front of her. It's really like a dream. Ah Ching murmured softly. She didn't close her eyes. If this was a dream, when she opened her eyes, would everything burst like a bubble? These are the best healing panaceas. They are very effective for the scars on your arms. At this time, the maid came over with a medicine box and put it beside the bath. Thank you. Ah Ching took the ointment from the maid and thanked her politely. She looked at it and planned to apply it on her arms and other parts. Although her injuries were healed, there were still some faint scars left on some parts. It would take a long time for them to disappear. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Besides, this is what young Master Changa ordered us to do. The maid was obviously flattered by Ah Ching's gratitude. She shook her head and said with a frightened expression, in her opinion, since she was brought back by Gu Changa, the girl in front of her was no longer in the same world as her. The order of seniority couldn't be confused. Ah Ching was silent for a while. Then she muttered, Young Master Changa? Is this his name? You don't know the name of young Master Changa. Hearing this, the maid's eyes widened in disbelief. It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. She didn't know how to describe the feeling in her heart. It was sour and envious. The girl in front of her didn't even know who young Master Changa was. What did she do to be brought back by him? Ah Ching nodded and didn't explain much. Can you tell me more about him? I know he's a good person. I owe him a big favor, Ah Ching said. The maid came back to her senses with difficulty. Her eyes were very complicated. However, since she was chosen to be a maid here, she was naturally extraordinary. Then she quickly recovered and said with respect and admiration, If you want to know more about young Master Changa, I'm afraid you won't be able to hear all of it. However, you just need to remember one thing. What is it? Ah Ching asked curiously. Young Master Changa is at the top of the upper realm in terms of cultivation and power. In the upper realm, as long as you mention that you're under young Master Changa, even the sect masters of the supreme sects and imperishable sage orthodoxy won't dare to make things difficult for you. You won't be able to do whatever you want, but no one will dare to provoke you. The maid's eyes shone with longing. The top of the upper realm? Ah Ching was extremely shocked. Then, she fell silent again to digest the huge amount of information. She had greatly underestimated Gu Changa's background. She had thought that his status was similar to that of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty successor. However, it seemed that even the real master of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty had to treat him as an equal. How could such a person save her? No wonder so many people were so envious of her. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay such a huge favor in my life. Ah Ching smiled bitterly. Young master, the information is completely correct. There is indeed a stable space crack at the border of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty. It has been almost a year since it appeared. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty has sent many troops to guard the surroundings. They claim that they are guarding against hostile forces, but in fact, they are hiding the entrance to the ancient world. Deep in the palace, Gu Changa casually flipped through a jade slip in his hand as a confidant beside him reported respectfully, "The great Yu Celestial Dynasty is trying to hide this matter. It seems that they have already infiltrated that world. There should be some secrets hidden in it. The water is not muddy enough. Go and spread this news to attract the attention of the other forces." Gu Changa nodded and pondered for a while before he spoke again. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty wanted to monopolize this ancient world, but Gu Changa would definitely not agree. He was looking for a suitable place to fish and enforce the law. No matter how he looked at it, this world that had suddenly appeared seemed more suitable. "Yes, young master." The confidant nodded, then thought of something and asked, "By the way, young master, the fourth miss of the Tuoba mansion has been shouting to see you these days. She also said that she knows the person behind this is you. Do you want to get rid of her?" Gu Changa put down the jade slip in his hand and said casually, then let her shout, "We can't kill her now. We need to keep her for a while longer." "I understand." Soon, the place became blurry, and the trusted aide turned into smoke and left. Gu Changa pondered. He had given Tuoba Xiaoyao half a month's time, but half of it had already passed. After 7 days, if Tuoba Xiaoyao still couldn't hand over the sky-wielding sword, then Gu Changa would have to find another way. However, he was still very curious about where Tuoba Xiaoyao got the secret method from. He had been reading various ancient books these days, and even asked someone to investigate, but there was no clue at all. It seemed that what Tuoba Xiaoyao said was true. There was no solution in the upper world. Could it be the secret method of the other 483 worlds? Gu Changa thought of another possibility. Could it be that before Tuoba Xiaoyao was reborn, he went to another world and got the secret method from that world? Forget it. Gu Changa didn't continue to care about this matter. He ordered someone to bring Ah Ching here. He still had many things to ask her. Benefactor. Soon, under the guidance of the maid, Ah Ching, who had freshened up and dressed up, appeared in front of Gu Changa. Compared to the first time he saw her, she was unkempt and dressed in coarse hemp clothes. Now, she was like a beautiful hibiscus. She wore a plain, light-colored long dress. Her eyes were dark, her hair was loose, and her small face was beautiful. Her facial features were like finely picked works of art, delicate and fair. Her slightly raised eyebrows didn't lose a sense of fierceness. No matter who it was, their eyes would light up when they saw such a fierce and beautiful young girl. Although she knew Gu Changa's identity, she didn't have the restraint of ordinary people. She was very calm. "Sit." Gu Changa smiled and gestured for her to sit. Ah Ching didn't refuse. She sat opposite Gu Changa, looking at the many delicacies, spiritual fruits, and all kinds of meat on the table. She forced herself to calm down and soon recovered. She hadn't seen such delicacies for a long time. Every single piece of meat exuded a power of qi and blood that made her feel a little apprehensive. There are only 2 of us in the hall. You can let down your guard. Gu Changa smiled and said, I'm just used to it. I don't mean to doubt your kindness. Qing nodded. Then, as if she was afraid that Gu Changa would misunderstand, she couldn't help but explain. It's good to be vigilant. In this world, if you're not careful, you won't live long. Gu Changa smiled, raised his cup, and gestured for her to eat. Thank you, benefactor. I won't stand on ceremony. Qing didn't refuse and didn't care about trifles. She also began to eat. She hadn't completely recovered her cultivation. The spiritual fruits and meat in front of her were exactly what she needed. First, it was the ointment. Now, it was the meat that could help her recover her cultivation. Gu Changa's attentiveness surprised Qing. With his status, he didn't need to consider these things at all, but he was so thoughtful. Was there really such a perfect person in this world? You should know why I asked you to come here, right? Gu Changa asked. Benefactor, you said before that you wanted to know about the world I live in. Qing nodded and said, taking advantage of this time, she told some information about her world to Gu Changa. It was not a secret that couldn't be told. She didn't like to owe anything, especially when it came to saving her life. Of course, she didn't think that telling Gu Changa this information could offset his kindness, but it was better to pay him back. Chapter 613. In Qing's original world, the way of the sword had reached its peak. Everyone was born with a sword spirit. Because of this, since ancient times, they had divided the sword spirits into various levels such as heaven, earth, black, yellow, spirit, God, and so on. Those with great talent could achieve twice the result with half the effort in cultivation, and their future was limitless. However, a God-level sword spirit had not appeared for many years, and a spirit-level sword spirit was a genius that all sects and clans vied for. For example, Qing herself had a spirit-level sword spirit, and this was because her father was a powerful land sword immortal. It should be known that land sword immortals were already at the peak of the secular world in their world, and they were only one step away from breaking through the void and ascending to the heavenly tribulation. However, it was extremely difficult to break through the void. The last land sword immortal, who had reached the peak of the land sword immortal realm, the old sword immortal of the Shu sect, failed the heavenly tribulation at the back mountain of his own sect, and his life and soul were destroyed. Since then, no one had heard of anyone who had reached that realm. Land sword immortal realm? Gu Changa nodded slightly and listened to the news that Qing told him, and he was somewhat thoughtful. The rules of heaven and earth and the environment were different in different worlds. However, the level of breaking through the void had obviously reached the maximum level that world could withstand. As for the lifespan that Qing mentioned, Gu Changa did not care about it. After all, this was affected by the environment of heaven and earth, and some worlds lacked longevity materials. If the supreme experts of the upper realm were to live in these worlds, it would be difficult for them to live for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, in his opinion, the so-called land sword immortal realm should not have reached the heavenly tribulation, and should at most be between the supreme realm and the quasi-emperor realm. However, he could not be sure before seeing it with his own eyes. Thank you, benefactor. I will definitely find a way to repay your kindness. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, and even her cultivation had recovered a lot, Qing got up and said to Gu Changa in satisfaction. Gu Changa was still thinking about the things that she had said, and when he heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, It's nothing, Miss Qing. You don't have to be so polite. It would be great if the people in this world were as kind as you, benefactor. Qing's eyes fell on Gu Changa's face and said very seriously, Oh, isn't it too early for you to say that? Gu Changa smiled gently. A suspicious look appeared on Qing's fierce and beautiful face. She felt that Gu Changa's words seemed to have some inexplicable meaning. However, Guchanga did not explain anything to her. He smiled and said, "It's getting late. Miss Ah-Ching, you should go and rest. I see that you have been practicing swordsmanship since you were young. Tomorrow I will send someone to take you to make a suitable sword." This Ah-Ching was a little stunned, but she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "My benefactor has been so kind to me. I can't trouble you any more." Although she did need a suitable sword right now, she felt very apologetic for always troubling Guchanga. Like I said, it's nothing. Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face. "You can't do this. Benefactor, I can't repay the kindness you've shown me." Ah-Ching insisted. She had her own principles. She owed Guchanga enough. Guchanga seemed to sigh and said, "Okay, since it's like this, Miss Ah-Ching, you should rest early." He could see that the girl in front of him had a stubborn and inflexible personality. Once she had decided on something, she would not easily change her mind. After a while, Guchanga planned to go to the world she had been in before. There were some things that he still needed her to do. Ah-Ching looked at him. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She cupped her hands and left. Her parents always told her that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Guchanga, a person who had only known her for a few days, was so kind to her. However, she could not understand Guchanga's intentions. However, Guchanga's actions did not seem to have any ulterior motives. It was as if he was simply being kind. After watching Ah-Ching leave, the smile on Guchanga's face quickly disappeared. A strange look flashed across his eyes. He learned from Ah-Ching that her father was a land sword immortal. However, he went missing while fighting against the so-called extraterrestrial demons, which was the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's army. She also had the intention of finding her father. That was why she passed through the spatial rift and was caught by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. In her original world, she was considered to be very famous and had a high status. In the next few days, news about traces of an ancient great world in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty suddenly spread like wildfire. No one knew who spread the news, but it alarmed many forces in the surrounding area. Many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies took notice and began to send people to investigate. Some people even came to ask Emperor Yu directly. Emperor Yu was naturally furious. He ordered a strict investigation to find out who leaked the news. Of course, he also suspected Guchanga. However, there was no evidence to prove that Guchanga knew anything about this matter. However, among the people guarding the spatial portal, there was the eldest son of the Tuoba residents, who was also Tuoba Xiaoyao's eldest brother. Emperor Yu was naturally suspicious. A few days ago, Tuoba Xiaoyao left the Tuoba residence and went to the borderlands to look for his eldest brother. He naturally knew about this matter. Therefore, he could not help but wonder if the news was leaked because of Tuoba Xiaoyao. The timing was also right. However, since the news was already exposed, Emperor Yu could not think of a way to monopolize the ancient great world. In the face of the envoys sent by the various orthodoxies, he revealed a lot of what he already knew. This kind of ancient great world that had not been opened before meant rich resources. There was no orthodoxy that did not covet it. Immediately, the various orthodoxies began to send people to the spatial portal. At the same time, they came to discuss with Emperor Yu about how to conquer the ancient great world. Due to the spatial barrier and the natural order of heaven and earth, those who went to that world could not unleash their original strength. However, the various orthodoxies were already experienced. They just did not want to delay and let the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty take the lead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the various imperishable sects also sent out their outstanding disciples. Compared to the older generation, the younger generation would be less suppressed when they entered the void realm. Moreover, as the successors of the great sects, they had many treasures on them and did not have to worry about their lives. Emperor Yu was naturally unwilling to let other forces get ahead of him. Therefore, he chose many of his sons and planned to let them go with him. The second prince, Yu Lai, was the future successor of the great Yu celestial dynasty. Accidents could not be allowed, so Emperor Yu did not let him go with them. The marriage between the eldest princess Euphia and the prince of absolute Yin, Jialuo, had not been decided yet. Jialuo also took his leave these few days due to some matters. He went back to report and planned to return after some time. Therefore, Emperor Yu discussed for a while and let Euphia take the lead in sending people. That ancient great world was not to be underestimated. It might even contain a divine item like the origin of a world. Emperor Yu attached great importance to it. Ancient warships swept across the sky, carrying a mighty army that crushed through the star regions and rushed towards the distant borderlands of the great Yu celestial dynasty. The young girl, Qing, looked a little worried when she saw this. She learned from Guchanga that the ancient great world she lived in had been exposed to the various orthodoxies in the upper realm. Previously, only the great Yu celestial dynasty sent an army there. Now, the other forces were also interfering. An even more terrifying disaster was about to befall her hometown. In the face of such a disaster, it was impossible for them to resist. The only result was that they would fall and be divided by these orthodoxies. Benefactor, isn't the force behind you interested in this matter? Qing suddenly felt a little confused and could not help but ask Guchanga, who was beside her. Because I'm not interested, so naturally the force behind me is not interested as well. Guchanga said casually. Qing nodded and understood. This depended on Guchanga's attitude. If he wanted to, he could also send such a terrifying army like the other orthodoxies. However, he did not seem to be interested in this. Don't you have any plans after this? Guchanga asked with a faint smile on his face. I might have to go back. Mother must be very worried about my safety. Moreover, I have to stop this disaster with my people. Qing was silent for a moment before she answered. Although she knew that her strength was insignificant in the face of this disaster, she still had to do her part. Moreover, she had left home for a few months. Her mother must be very worried about her leaving without saying goodbye. Moreover, she was very satisfied to know that her father was not dead and that he was still alive. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. Qing glanced at Guchanga and said. Guchanga only smiled and said, Actually, have you considered that you can solve this disaster? I can solve it. Qing was a little stunned. With her power, she definitely could not do all this. Was there any other choice? The border of the great Yu celestial dynasty was actually an extremely vast star zone. There were many floating stars and continents around it. It was extremely vast. There were many cities in the central area. They were scattered all over the place and were inseparable. With the arrival of the mighty army from all over the place, this place became the focus of all forces. Even some rogue cultivators came after hearing the news and tried to take advantage of the situation. Apart from the great Yu celestial dynasty, many other great sects and orthodoxies in the area had also sent a large number of people to station around the star zone. Without His Majesty Emperor Yu's order, we can't go through that space portal. There are many powerhouses guarding it. Even I can't go near it easily. So, we can only wait for all the armies to arrive before you can join them and go with us. In one of the cities, Tuoba Xiaoyao was talking to a young man with strong facial features in front of him. The young man's facial features were similar to his. He was his elder brother, Tuoba Feiyun, who was in charge of guarding the space portal at the border. I don't have much time left. I have to go there and find a way to save Qingyu, Tuoba Xiaoyao said in a low voice. He seemed to be a little anxious. It had been a few days since he arrived here. He was very sure that the world behind the space portal was the world where he lived and cultivated in his previous life. However, there were less than 5 days before Guchanga asked him to hand over the sky-wielding sword. Chapter 614. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Since Guchanga still needs the thing on you, then he can't force you too much. Unless he doesn't want that thing anymore. Qingyu should still be safe now. Tuoba Feiyun said slowly and comforted Tuoba Xiaoyao, telling him not to worry too much. I know, but what if Gu Chang'e doesn't care about anything? A person like him can do anything. Tuoba Xiaoyao took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. If it wasn't for the fact that time was too tight, he wouldn't have to do this. Now that Emperor Yu had ordered that without his order, no one could easily set foot in that world. So even if his big brother was guarding this place, he couldn't easily let him go and let him pass. The army of great, you will be here soon. When the time comes, you should follow them. There shouldn't be any problems, said Tuoba Feiyun. He didn't know why Tuoba Xiaoyao was so sure that the way to save Tuoba Qingyu was in that world. However, at this juncture, the only thing he could do was to trust Tuoba Xiaoyao. He knew all the news about Tuoba Xiaoyao during this time, and he was both confused and relieved. However, everyone had their own secrets, including him. That was why he didn't ask Tuoba Xiaoyao about these reasons. I understand. I'll go and make some preparations now. I'll meet up with Big Brother tomorrow. Tuoba Xiaoyao nodded, then got up and left. He was sure that the world behind the space portal was the world where he lived and cultivated in his previous life. But how long had it been since his soul crossed over? What happened in that world? Whether or not his original sect and fellow apprentices were still around was still unknown. Even he suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. More and more armies gathered in the starry regions around the borderlands. Many carriages and even dragon boats sped past. There were many figures standing on them. Their auras were powerful, and banners fluttered in the wind. It was a magnificent scene. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the immortal guards of the great Yu celestial dynasty. They rode ferocious beasts and wore armors. It was as if they had killed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were finally stationed in the depths of the starry regions. The city stretched out continuously, incomparably ancient and tall. It was like a mountain ridge that stretched across this place, able to defend against external enemies. Experts from various great orthodoxies had rushed over, other than the older generation. Most of them were from the younger generation. Elite disciples of various major powers could often be seen passing by on the streets. Their chi and blood were astonishing, and their bodies contained spirit energy. They walked with majestic gait, and divine light lingered around them. Are these the people who are going to conquer my hometown? In a pavilion next to the street, the young girl Ah Ching looked at the people coming and going below through the window and couldn't help but whisper. Perhaps it's not appropriate to use the term expedition. They're just going there to gain experience. Gu Chang'e shook his head and smiled gently. Experience? Ah Ching pondered over these two words and felt self-deprecating. To their world, this was a terrifying calamity that could be called a catastrophe. However, in the eyes of the cultivators of the upper realm, it was just an insignificant experience. Their life and death were insignificant. Perhaps you're already used to this, benefactor? Ah Ching said. Gu Chang'e smiled ambiguously and said, That's why I want you to seriously consider what I said. Ah Ching fell silent. Her mind replayed the solution that Gu Chang'e mentioned the other day. It sounded crazy. That was to bury all the orthodoxies who went there. However, she couldn't do it with her own abilities. Therefore, she needed to unite all the forces in her world to have a chance of resisting. As for how to unite them, she could only rely on herself. Gu Chang'e only gave her this suggestion. In fact, Ah Ching didn't know why Gu Chang'e said that to her. He was from the upper realm, so why would he help a native like her? Could it be that he couldn't stand it? Those who are just will be supported by others, while those who are unjust will be supported by none. This is the cycle of the heavens, and it's inevitable that everything in the world can't escape their fate. Ah Ching looked at Jiang Chu, who suddenly spoke. She didn't know Jiang Chu's identity, but she knew that everyone respected her. Moreover, she and Gu Chang'e were inseparable like a celestial couple. It's the cycle of the heavens. Isn't it karma? Ah Ching nodded and stared at Jiang Chu's face. It was a flawless and unparalleled face. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream. Her eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were as clear as water. She was like a celestial fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was crystal clear and extraordinary. As a woman, she was slightly envious. How could there be such a flawless face in this world? It was so beautiful that it made people forget about the world. Jiang Chuchu said calmly, "If you want to save your hometown, what Chang'e said is the only way." As for the origin of Qing, Gu Chang'e had only briefly mentioned it to her. However, Jiang Chuchu still guessed Gu Chang'e's intention. The ancient world that the Great Yu celestial dynasty was trying to hide probably contained the world's origin. Gu Chang'e had the forbidden demonic technique, so he could devour and refine the world's origin. Furthermore, at his current level, ordinary origins were no longer of any use. Only a divine item at the level of the world origin could help him. As a native of that world, Qing's father was one of the strongest people in the world. Although she was young, she had a great reputation. In such a situation where there were foreign enemies and the world was about to be destroyed, if she could stand up, she would be able to gather many people's hearts. Under this premise, it would be much more convenient for Gu Chang'e to find the whereabouts of the world's origin through her. I actually understand what you're saying, but how can I resist when there's such a big gap between us? Qing's eyes seemed a little dim. You have to understand that if you don't resist, you won't have the slightest chance. Only by resisting can you have a chance of survival. After all, there's always a way out. There's always hope. Gu Chang'e smiled casually, his expression calm. Then he looked at Jiang Chuchu. Maybe I have to make a trip to that world this time. You don't have to follow me. Jiang Chuchu nodded softly. Then I'll return to the human ancestors' hall in a few days. Gu Chang'e smiled. You're so obedient. Just as they were talking, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the street, not far away. Runes rushed out of the sky, shining brightly in all directions. The waves were very violent, instantly clearing a large area. Many cultivators and living beings avoided them and looked over in shock. I heard that you've been keeping a low profile all these years, but your true strength is comparable to the second prince of the Great Yu celestial dynasty. I'll give it a try today. A young figure stood at the end of the street like an ocean. He looked very tall and sturdy. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like heavenly blades. When they swept across the void, they even let out a terrifying rumbling sound, making people tremble in fear. In front of him stood a slightly thin figure with a cold and gloomy face. It was Taba Xiaoyao. The two of them suddenly started to fight on the street without the slightest sign. If it wasn't for the powerful formation engraved on this place, many of the buildings would have been destroyed. The surrounding cultivators and living beings all watched this scene in shock. More and more people heard the commotion and rushed over in the form of divine rainbows. Among them, there was no lack of successors of some great sects, as well as the older generation that gathered here. There were even a few living fossils who rubbed their chins thoughtfully. Even Yufia, Yuming, and the others rushed over after hearing the news. They appeared in the surroundings and frowned at this scene. The young master of the demon palace, the mad demon god. It said that he once fought with the second prince of the Great Yu celestial dynasty for 3 days and 3 nights. The two were evenly matched. I didn't expect it to be him. He actually came here. It said that he went to the demon god cave of the demon palace some time ago and entered the 13th level. There he obtained a supreme secret technique, and his strength increased by another level. After coming out of seclusion this time, he planned to fight with the second prince again. However, the second prince has been staying in the palace and hasn't left. The surrounding people discussed animatedly as they recognized the burly figure. The demon palace was an ancient, great sect. Although its foundation wasn't as strong as the Great Yu celestial dynasty, it was also ancient and unfathomable. As for Taba Xiaoyao's identity, it was quickly recognized by the crowd. After all, it was a hot topic in the great Yu Celestial dynasty some time ago. Everyone knew that the third young master of the Tuoba general's estate hid his strength so deeply. The reason the demon god palace's young master had suddenly come here was most likely related to this. He wanted to test the second prince, Yu Lai's strength, by fighting with Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, he had forgotten one thing, and that was that just because they were comparable, it did not mean that they had already fought before. Tuoba Xiaoyao and the second prince had never fought before. Who knew who was stronger and who was weaker? This was also why Tuoba Xiaoyao's face was so gloomy now. Soon, Tuoba Xiaoyao and the young master of the demon palace fought fiercely again on the street. Terrifying ripples spread out, erupting with unparalleled power. Divine light and sword qi rushed into the sky, covering all directions. It was chaos. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between two young people. Even many of the older generation frowned, feeling troubled. They knew that it would be difficult for them to deal with the two's methods, especially when Tuoba Xiaoyao only used a steel longsword and didn't use any other artifacts. How could he fight against the young master of the demon palace? His attainments in the way of the sword were truly shocking. How does he know the sword technique of the Shu sect? Qing's shocked voice sounded. This was the first time she showed such shock since coming to this world. She was naturally paying close attention to this battle. She wanted to know the difference between the young experts of this world and her world. However, she didn't expect to see such a familiar sword technique in this world. Moreover, it was a direct disciple of the Shu sect, because she had fought with the successor of the Shu sect of this generation. She knew the way of these sword techniques very well. Who are you talking about? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He didn't have much interest in this battle. Tuoba Xiaoyao, as the son of fate, had a taunting aura. Wherever he went, he couldn't avoid a battle. There was nothing strange about this. However, he didn't expect Qing to suddenly say this. Knew the sword technique of the Shu sect? Could it be that Tuoba Xiaoyao had been to her world in his past life? Or was he originally from that world? Was this the secret that Tuoba Xiaoyao had been trying to hide? Chapter 615. This is a sword technique that only the direct disciples of the Shu sect would use. If it was leaked out, they would be hunted down by the Shu sect. They would not be able to escape death, no matter where they go. He is definitely a direct disciple of the Shu sect. There is the aura of the sword spirit on him. The young girl, Qing, stood by the window and watched the battle. At the end of the long street, there was a huge battle. Two figures were fighting crazily, and the momentum shook the surroundings. There were blade gleams and sword shadows intertwining, and there were also various ancient runes that were evolving and spreading, making the place blurry. The cultivators who were watching were all frightened and kept a distance. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between two young people. If they were from the older generation, they would believe it. The young master of the demonic palace was a famous young supreme being. He was an invincible existence. As for Tuoba Xiaoyao, he had only suddenly appeared during this period of time. In the past, he had been extremely low-key, concealing his strength and biding his time. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was not at a disadvantage even after hundreds of moves with the young master of the demonic palace. The young supreme beings who were watching all this were slightly moved. They felt that Tuoba Xiaoyao would be a great enemy. It seems that Tuoba Xiaoyao's rebirth into this world was not a coincidence. Gu Chang'e put down the cup in his hand, and his eyes suddenly became interested. It seemed that the secret technique of the Hunyuan heavenly palm, sword embryo, that Tuoba Xiaoyao cultivated should be from the Shu sect. It should be from the hometown of the young girl, Qing. The reason why he rushed here at the first possible moment was definitely because he wanted to return to that world through that spatial portal. With this thought, Gu Chang'e suddenly moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the place where Tuoba Xiaoyao and the young master of the demonic palace were fighting. Greetings to the young master, Chang'e. Yu Fiya, Yu Ming, and the others were watching the battle closely. They did not notice when Gu Changa appeared here. They immediately bowed and greeted him. Even the expressions of many of the older generation around them changed slightly. They did not dare to disrespect Gu Changa. We are at the critical moment of conquering the great world. Why do you have to start a conflict over such a trivial matter? Why don't you give me some face? If there are any conflicts, we can resolve them in the future. Is that okay? Gu Changa looked at the two people who were fighting and said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Gu Changa would stand up at this time to dissuade the two of them. Since he had already said so, who would dare to make a move? That would mean not giving Gu Changa any face. Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't expect Gu Changa to appear and dissuade him. His expression flickered, but he didn't continue to attack. He landed on the other side and coldly looked at the Demon God Palace's young palace master. Since young Master Changa said so himself, how would I dare to make a move? The young master of Demon Divine Palace was known as the Mad Demon God, but he didn't dare to go against Gu Changa's wishes. He landed on the other side and cupped his hands as he said, "Thank you for your kindness." The Mad Demon God was the name everyone called him, which showed his temperament. He didn't even respect the ancient existences of Demon Divine Palace. He was extremely arrogant and only wanted to challenge the young geniuses. However, in front of Gu Changa, he was very obedient. He didn't want to offend Gu Changa. Today, I'll give young Master Changa some face. Next time, we'll fight to our heart's content. The Mad Demon God glanced at Tuoba Xiaoyao like a heavenly knife, then cupped his hands at Gu Changa. He turned into a beam of divine light and left. He didn't stay for long. Tuoba Xiaoyao snorted coldly. He was a little angry. If this person didn't suddenly want to fight with him, it wouldn't have caused such a big commotion and even attracted Gu Changa. His original plan was to follow Great Yu's army through the space portal and then go to Shu's sect to find a way to break it. However, now that he was seen by Gu Changa, what if Gu Changa thought he wanted to escape with the heaven-wielding sword in the chaos and didn't care about Tuoba Chinyu's safety? That would be difficult to explain. However, now that he met Gu Changa, he could test how his sister was doing. Tuoba Xiaoyao was very sure that the person who sent people to kidnap his sister was definitely Gu Changa. Looks like you still have a lot of opinions about me. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. Gu Changa seemed to know what Tuoba Xiaoyao was thinking and smiled faintly. Thank you, young Master Changa, for helping me out. Tuoba Xiaoyao snorted coldly in his heart. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said. Gu Changa smiled faintly. It's nothing. Brother Tuoba, you don't have to do this. Young Master Changa, I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Now that I have other things to do, I will take my leave first. Tuoba Xiaoyao glanced at Euphia and the others and planned to leave first so as to not affect tomorrow's plan. Then I hope Brother Tuoba won't forget, Gu Changa said casually. Of course. Tuoba Xiaoyao cupped his hands and turned to leave. He knew that Gu Changa was reminding him not to forget about the heaven-wielding sword and the agreed time. In the eyes of Euphia and Yuming, this scene showed that Tuoba Xiaoyao was still brooding about what happened in the hall. Although he was imprisoned in the heavenly prison by Emperor Yu and was released now, many things that happened back then had spread everywhere and caused quite a stir. In the eyes of many cultivators and living beings, Tuoba Xiaoyao was a toad that wanted to eat a swan. Especially at that time, Gu Changa personally evaluated him, saying that he was useless. So it was natural that Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't have a good attitude towards Gu Changa. After that day in the hall, it seems that this guy has given up and didn't bother you anymore. Eufia's younger brother, Yuming, still had an arrogant appearance. Seeing that Tuoba Xiaoyao left without greeting them, he let out a disdainful snort and said, Eufia sighed. I see that Xiaoyao seems to have a lot on his mind. He should have encountered some trouble. But why would he appear here? Could it be that he is also heading to that world this time? She didn't go up to greet Tuoba Xiaoyao because she already understood after being grounded by Emperor Yu last time. If she didn't want to incur Emperor Yu's displeasure towards Tuoba Xiaoyao again, then she shouldn't get too close to him. Young Master Chang'e, are you going to that world this time? Euphia gracefully walked over. She wore a snow-white robe, and her black hair was like clouds. She appeared noble and elegant as she asked Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e said casually, "That's exactly what I was thinking." When she heard that Gu Chang'e also wanted to go, Euphia was slightly curious and couldn't help but extend an invitation. No cultivator has set foot in that world before, so there are too many unknowns and dangers. Since that's the case, why don't we travel together, young Master Chang'e? She was only leading the younger generation of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty because of Emperor Yu's instructions. However, this time, Gu Chang'e was clearly alone. There were no members of the longevity Gu family by his side. Why did he go to that world? Begging for fresh flowers, 0-inch, I'm used to being idle. I'm afraid I can't accept Princess Fia's invitation. Gu Chang'e had a faint smile on his face, but he did not agree. His objective was different from that of Euphia and the others, so traveling together would only bring him unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the young girl Ah Ching was with him. How many times had Gu Chang'e rejected her? Hearing this, Euphia was slightly stunned. Even though she was intelligent, it was difficult for her to understand the reason why Gu Chang'e rejected her. At this time, it was obviously much safer to travel together. That world was full of unknowns. Although Gu Chang'e's strength was strong, he might not be able to resolve all the dangers. Could it be that Gu Chang'e really hated her, so he kept rejecting her? The battle on the long street today was just an insignificant episode for many of the surrounding forces, because everyone's attention was on the big world that they were about to go to. In the past few days, a lot of news about that ancient big world had been revealed, causing quite a stir. Many ancient existences were speculating that the ancient big world might nurture a great way of the sword, which led to the extremely prosperous reproduction of the way of the sword in that world. Rumble. In the most central region of the star field, along with a dazzling divine light, surging and vast energy erupted like the ocean, as if there was a thick and majestic world crushing through. A huge spatial crack that was tens of thousands of miles long lay there, filled with all kinds of chaotic auras and chaotic storms. Many broken star skeletons were floating around, revolving around the giant space crack. Ordinary cultivators did not even dare to approach the edge of the area, as they would be crushed to death by the aura here, turning into dust and being destroyed in body and soul. This place was like a cosmic tunnel opened by a supreme immortal king, which could allow one to travel to another world, mysterious and vast. At this moment, many ancient warships were speeding along, their runes shining brightly as they resisted the spatial aura here. They forcibly crossed over and landed in the huge spatial crack. These ancient warships were filled with figures, clad in armor, holding heavenly sabers and battle spears. Their murderous auras soared into the sky, and their brilliance was unparalleled. The spatial doors opened, and various orthodoxies sent out their armies to conquer this big world. The Sword Arcane World was an extremely vast and boundless land. However, if one looked at it from a high altitude, they would realize that this was an extremely ancient planet. Other than the vast land, it was surrounded by oceans and various islands scattered like stars in the sky. The land was divided into 13 provinces, and the territory of each province could be said to be boundless. Even if one's cultivation base was extremely high, it would be difficult to see the end of a province. Within each province, there were large and small forces and sections. They were like several roots that depended on each other for survival. Among them, there were also immortal overlords that had stood tall for hundreds of thousands of years. Shu Sect, Kongshan Mountain, Sword Cliff. These forces were extremely ancient, and every disciple who walked out from them was a hero of a region. They were powerful and respected by countless people. Within these overlord forces, there were land sword immortals who had lived for more than 10,000 years, who were in deep slumber. The cultivation base of these existences was unparalleled, and it was difficult to describe their magnificence with words. With a single sword strike, they could freeze all 13 provinces, and the world bowed down to them. However, with the upheaval in outer space half a year ago, many extraterrestrial devils descended in an attempt to invade this world. The former glory and brilliance were no longer there, and the flames of war and disputes were everywhere. Even the land sword immortals who appeared in the world were severely injured by the extraterrestrial devils. Countless cultivators and living beings lived in fear every day, worried that this world would completely fall and everyone would be slaughtered and enslaved by the extraterrestrial devils. 2. Chapter 616. The weather has changed again. It seems that the extraterrestrial demons attacking this time are even more terrifying. I wonder if we can still withstand them. We can only pray for hope. In the center of the sword profound world, there was an extremely magnificent and tall pavilion. Many incomparably powerful figures were gathered here. Around these figures were many altars. The altars were made of all kinds of strange stones. They flowed with divine light and intertwined with divine light. There were many blurry stone inscriptions on the stone walls at the side. Although they were very blurry, they could still be seen clearly. They were left behind by the ancient people when they resisted the extraterrestrial demons. There were very few such records, especially after millions of years had passed. Only a few words could be found. It was impossible to recreate the tragedy of the past. It was impossible for them to find a solution to this problem. Can we only sit and wait for death and wait for the day of destruction? One of these figures spoke. His eyes were calm, but contained a terrifying like wind and thunder. Until the final moment, who can say for sure? Another figure spoke. Her voice was soft and her figure was graceful. However, she wore a mask, so only her clear eyes could be seen. What Snow Sword Immortal said makes sense. Who can say for sure until the final moment? After all, from the divination this time, there is still a glimmer of light. A trembling, white-haired old man spoke. He wore a simple Taoist robe and his hair was tied up in a bun. He held a wooden sword in his hand, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. However, no one here dared to underestimate him. There was a saying in the sword profound world that the sword immortals of the world came from the Shu sect. The white-haired old man in front of them was an old sword immortal of the Shu sect. In the past, in the depths of the boundless ocean, he killed a land sword immortal ferocious beast with a single strike, shocking the 13 provinces. Although his vitality was weak now, his strength was extremely powerful and unfathomable. The few brothers who went to eliminate the source of the disaster have not returned. There is no news of them either. It seems that they are most likely dead. We still need to be prepared to fight those extraterrestrial demons. Another person spoke. His face was rough and there was an extremely obvious scar on his face. However, traces of sword light could be seen flowing in his eyes, making people not dare to look directly at him. Without a doubt, this group of people were the only land sword immortals left in the sword profound world, standing at the peak. Although there were some land sword immortals who were too well hidden and had never shown themselves, there wouldn't be too many of them. It could be said that they were the final hope of the current sword profound world, as well as the strongest battle force. Although the rest of the sword practitioners were many in number, they were still unable to play a key role in determining the outcome of the battle. If the final battle were to erupt, they would have to place their hopes on them. According to this hexagram, there will be someone who will step forward to save us from this crisis. But who will that person be? The old sword immortal of the Shu sect murmured as his gaze fell on the altar. This was an altar left behind by the ancient natives. It contained the indestructible will of the heroic spirits, which could be used at critical moments. And now they were using this altar to divine, wanting to see the path ahead. The result they obtained was that although the path ahead was vague, it contained a faint ray of light. This faint light also became their conviction to persevere. Gather the army and gather at the battlefield first. I feel that the suppression of the heavens and earth on that group of extraterrestrial demons is gradually weakening. The strongest among them might use this opportunity to descend from the heavens. The old sword immortal sighed. Then his figure turned into a gust of wind and left this place. The other experts were also extremely silent as they left this place one after another. Only a few people's eyes flickered slightly, and they had other thoughts. More than half a year ago, a terrifying crack that spanned across the heavens suddenly appeared. From that crack, an endless stream of extraterrestrial demons descended, bringing them a huge disaster. However, the only thing that was certain was that the will of the heavens and earth was resisting that group of extraterrestrial demons, causing the experts among them to be unable to descend to the ground. They could only watch everything coldly from the outer realm. If they were to erupt with powerful pressure and aura here, they would be suppressed by the rules of the heavens and earth immediately. They were very cautious and worried that something unexpected would happen, so they had never descended with their true bodies. Boom! At this moment, all the living beings in the sword mystic world felt an extremely terrifying aura descend from the heavens. It was as if the eternal blue sky was about to collapse. There was a great will of the universe crushing down, causing their bodies to explode and their hair to stand on end. All the living beings felt a chill all over their bodies. They trembled to the extreme as they looked at the heavens in horror. The army of extraterrestrial demons has descended again, and it's even more terrifying than before. An expert rose into the sky, and two terrifying divine lights shot out from his eyes. They pierced through the heavens and earth as he looked at the outer realm. He was extremely solemn. Boundless sword chi soared into the sky from every place in the 13 prefectures, turning into human figures. They looked at the scene outside the heavens and earth with heavy expressions. That's the ancient worship of the extraterrestrial demons. It's full of figures, and there are even more people behind it. The number of extraterrestrial demons that have descended this time is unimaginable. An expert endured the pain of his body that was about to shatter and couldn't help but roar in a low voice. His voice was filled with despair. Those who submit will be spared from death. While everyone was trembling, a divine will that was as boundless as an ocean swept over from the heavens and earth. It carried a cold thought as it transmitted these words. This type of fluctuation engulfed tens of millions of li, sweeping over from an endless distance. It made one shiver in fear, their skin about to explode. Ordinary cultivators even bled from the 7 orifices, their divine souls collapsing. They couldn't endure this type of aftermath at all. Don't worry, our world is resisting them. They can't descend yet. Don't be scared by them. An expert roared angrily, his eyes red. These words transmitted over, waking up many creatures who had almost fallen unconscious. Ha ha, truly ants. If you obediently submit, you all can still live. Incomparably enormous ancient warships appeared one after another in outer space, emitting ice-cold and bloody fluctuations. A figure that looked like a scarlet divine phoenix appeared. His entire body was bathed in heaven, overflowing divine flames. He spoke coldly, and an incomparably powerful aura swept through the heavens and earth. However, when he was about to rush down, scarlet multicolored light suddenly interweaved between heaven and earth. Streak after streak of natural laws turned into heavenly blades, hacking towards him to stop him. He snorted coldly. He understood that this was the world protecting the creatures below, so he could only give up. Seeing this scene, many experts from the sword mystic great world let out a long sigh of relief. When they saw so many ancient warships descend just now, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. This was a despairing scene. Fortunately, that group of supreme experts feared the will of this world. so they didn't dare to continue attacking. Kill! Then a large number of knights and soldiers rushed out from the ancient warships. They either rode on vicious beasts or controlled magical artifacts, charging towards the ground below. What used to be a huge battlefield had already turned into a barren land. Spatial fluctuations were spreading above the heavens. One could see streaks of ripples spreading out. A large number of higher realm cultivators and creatures descended. Because a terrifying will was awakening in this world. It could resist the fluctuations of supreme experts. That was why the leaders of the various orthodoxies were all very cautious, not descending with their true bodies. Below, the battle was extremely bitter. Countless vicious beast riders were charging, the tips of their spears shining as they pierced into the bodies of their opponents. Strings of blood splashed out as they carried the corpses far away. Even further away, long blades hacked down, roaring and shaking the world. Blade radiance was like lightning. Sword chi rushed into the sky. People shouted and horses neighed. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses everywhere. The creatures of the two realms were currently engaged in a life and death battle. Not far away, ancient cities towered majestically one after another. However, the city walls were already broken, blood everywhere. In the sky, powerful cultivators activated ancient treasures, continuously attacking. Even though the city walls were shining, they couldn't stop the attacks. The light barrier protecting the city had long cracked, looking like it was about to be broken through. Boom! At the crucial moment, a streak of sword chi descended from the sky, blasting several hundred cultivators into meat paste. Several young sword cultivators appeared above the city walls, holding divine swords in their hands. Divine weapons descended from the heavens, releasing incomparably powerful sword chi, sweeping through enemies in all directions. Are you going to return home first? Not far from the city walls, looking at the young lady Ching's silent and complicated expression. Gu Changa had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he spoke casually, strolling leisurely in this battlefield. Ada followed behind him. The three of them casually walked in this place, blood blooming on both sides, angry roars resounding in the sky, and corpses everywhere. However, everyone in the surroundings seemed to turn a blind eye to them. Even the cultivators from the upper realms didn't notice this scene. Yes, I want to go home and see my mother first. She should be very worried about me running away from home. Qing finally recovered from her silence and nodded. The scene before her eyes made her feel very absent-minded. It was clearly her compatriots fighting against the cultivators from the upper realms, but she seemed to be uninvolved. The last time she left the sword mystery world, the battle wasn't this desperate. She also didn't expect that she would set foot on this familiar homeland again under such circumstances. Chapter 617. This is the southern barren state of the 13 states. When the extraterrestrial demons descended, they appeared under the sky outside the southern barren state. Guchanga, Ching, and Ada walked casually on the battlefield. There seemed to be an invisible domain around them. Even the most powerful cultivators would not be able to see them. All of the attacks and shockwaves were neutralized by an invisible force when they were about to reach the three of them, dispersing like ripples. Ching understood that this was Gu Changa's method. It was mysterious and difficult to guess, so she looked at the scene of the battle in front of her and explained in a low voice. She knew that Gu Changa meant no harm. After bringing her back to her hometown, he came alone with only one of his subordinates. He did not walk with the army of the upper worlds. Gu Changa was her savior, completely different from the other cultivators of the upper worlds. The southern barren state of the 13 states. Then the city in the distance is the southern barren city? Gu Changa nodded. From Ching, he knew that there were 13 states in the sword mystery world, and the territory of each of them was extremely vast. Although it was far from comparable to the upper worlds, it was much vaster than the territories of the other ancient great worlds. Moreover, ever since he came to this world, he felt that there was an extremely clear will in this world. To be precise, this world had a spirit that could even manipulate the rules of heaven and earth, so that it could contend against the strongest cultivators of the upper worlds and prevent their arrival. It was not something that the ordinary will of heaven and earth could compare to. Gu Changa's cultivation method was completely different from that of other cultivators. When he restrained all of his aura, no one could detect his actual situation. Therefore, in this world, Gu Changa's existence was more like a piece of nothingness, vast and unknown. He was not worried about being resisted by this world. Moreover, he came for the origin of this world. If he had a consciousness, it would be easier to deal with him. Yes, but it seems that it won't be long before the southern barren city is breached. Those cultivators were sent by the Nanming dynasty in the southern barren state. The Nanming dynasty is affiliated with the Sword Cliff. They are also a famous superpower in the southern barren state. They have been fighting against the extraterrestrial demons all this time, Qing said, looking at the ancient city in front of them. Although the 13 prefectures had sent experts over, they were too far away. Even if they passed through the spatial altars, it would take a lot of time. Furthermore, there were simply too many extraterrestrial demons. There was simply no way to wipe them all out. Even if they managed to fend off one wave, there would be a second wave after a while. The barren land outside of the southern wasteland city was all caused by the recent battle. In the past, there were many forces that resided here. The city stretched on and was extremely prosperous, but now it was all in ruins. There was not a single place that was still intact. It wasn't a river of blood, but it was close. Just as the two of them were talking, a loud noise suddenly came from the towering ancient city in the distance. The tall city walls collapsed, and so did the light curtain. It was difficult to continue defending against the surrounding attacks. A golden cauldron fell from the sky, carrying wind and thunder. It was summoned by a cultivator and shattered the protective shield. The few young sword cultivators who attacked before also coughed up blood. Then they were sent flying backward, covered in blood. Everyone was shouting. Some were frightened, some were desperate, and some were determined to fight against the army of the upper world. Kill! Shouts shook the sky. The ancient city was breached. The army of the upper world shouted and rushed forward like wolves and tigers. They took the absolute initiative and wanted to occupy the southern wasteland city. On the other side, the army was defeated. The defeated army fled like a tide. Their faces were full of fear and despair. However, the army of the upper world was surrounding those powerful sword cultivators. They did not care much about those soldiers with weaker cultivation. Cover the escape of the fourth princess. Fight against these extraterrestrial demons. We can't let the fourth princess fall into their hands. Someone in the southern wasteland city shouted loudly. Several terrifying sword auras rushed out. Several figures held long swords and attacked that cultivator in the sky. That place immediately became chaotic. Light shone brilliantly, illuminating the skies. Blade radiance and sword shadows scattered in all directions. Countless people were fighting. The fourth princess of the southern wasteland dynasty is also here? Qing raised her head and looked at the southern wasteland city that was gradually collapsing. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. Not only did she recognize the fourth princess, the two of them even had a good relationship. In the past, they discussed the way of the sword together. They were quite like-minded. However, at this juncture, even if she wanted to go and rescue the fourth princess, she had no way to do it. The figure in the sky who summoned the golden cauldron was really too powerful. Just by standing there, he had an invincible might. He swept through many sword cultivators in the surroundings without falling into a disadvantageous position. They were now in the midst of chaos. Although everyone in the surroundings turned a blind eye to them, Qing could still feel that kind of terrible and desperate situation. That fourth princess is an old friend of yours? Hearing her words, Gu Changa said with a smile. Ah Ching nodded and looked at Gu Changa. Yes, she is the fourth princess of the southern wasteland imperial city. At the same time, she is also the first genius and the second beauty of the southern wasteland imperial city. The first genius and the second beauty? Gu Changa seemed to be a little surprised. Xian Dai is a very good person. After learning of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, she immediately went with the army to the border to resist, Ah Ching said. Boom! The fluctuations in front of them became more and more terrifying. The towering, mountain-like walls were collapsing. In the end, the endless brilliance collapsed. They couldn't resist the army of the upper world at all. Endless sword auras soared into the sky. Each of them was as big as a mountain ridge. They slashed horizontally. However, in front of the figure holding the golden cauldron, they burst like bubbles and turned into ashes. Everyone was coughing up blood and retreating. Even if they tried their best, they couldn't resist the enemy's footsteps. This was a despairing and shuddering scene. The soldiers riding ferocious beasts attacked in large numbers. Their shouts shook the sky. Everything in their way was destroyed. They were like terrifying sharp swords that could cut through anything. In the city that was about to collapse, a carriage rose into the sky. There were many figures around it, protecting it. It seemed that they wanted to take the opportunity to break through. Beside the carriage, an old man without a white beard held a Taoist sword. He stood in the air and wanted to block the terrifying figure holding the golden cauldron. Don't even think about getting there, he shouted in a low voice. The Taoist sword shone resplendently. It spewed out terrifying sword rays that illuminated all directions. Ignorant ant, how dare you stop me? The terrifying figure holding the golden cauldron said coldly. He didn't look like a human. There was a vertical eye between his eyebrows that was surrounded by lightning patterns. Without a doubt, he was extremely powerful. He was one of the powerhouses sent by the upper world to the sword mystery world this time. In this direction, the two people soon started fighting. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the sky and the ground. Countless mountains in the surroundings trembled. Gray cracks cracked open, and endless murderous auras rushed out. Even if it was only the aftermath of a battle of this level, it was a destructive disaster for all the living creatures and cultivators below. In the face of the merciless slaughter of the upper world's army, the cultivators of the sword mystery world had almost no room to resist. They retreated in defeat. The southern wasteland city, which had been standing tall a moment ago, had completely collapsed at this moment, turning into ruins. The young girl, Ah Ching, looked at this scene and clenched her small hands. She couldn't bear it and turned her head away. In such a tragic battle, the sword mystery world had no way to resist. Moreover, she knew very well that the army in front of her was only a small part of the people sent by the upper world this time. More of the army was still stationed in outer space. There were more powerhouses there. It seems that your old friend won't be able to escape. Gu Changa's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly and led Ah Ching through the ruins of the ancient city in front of him. His speed wasn't fast, but the ground under his feet seemed to be changing. In the next moment, he appeared thousands of miles away. Benefactor, can you help her? At this moment, Ah Ching also noticed the changes in the battle situation. There was a pleading look in her eyes. The old man without a white beard was obviously no match for the person from the upper world. He had already coughed up blood and was at a disadvantage. His body was stained with blood and his aura was weak. Even the Taoist sword in his hand had shattered. In the next moment, a golden cauldron descended from the sky with terrifying lightning. Death appeared on the old man's face. With a scream, he was directly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. This scene made the army on the tragic battlefield even more desperate. However, after killing the old man, the figure didn't stay any longer. Instead, he took out the cauldron and chased forward again. He could see that there was an extremely important person in the carriage in front. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have used his death to buy time. Dong! In the sky, more knights rushed down. The big bell boomed, and the sound waves spread out like knives. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, crazily harvesting lives. Not only were many sword cultivators in the sky shattered, but even the army on the ground fell in droves. The world was filled with an aura of despair. Fourth princess, Elder Yuan has fallen. He was killed by the extraterrestrial demon. The people in the carriage felt the waves in the distance. They couldn't help but reveal sorrowful expressions. A servant girl with a pretty face lost all color in her face. Her face turned pale as she trembled uncontrollably. In their eyes, Elder Yuan was already a super strong cultivator. That was why the Nanming dynasty's emperor sent him to protect the princess. However, under the hands of that horrifying extraterrestrial demon, they were quickly killed. They couldn't even delay for time. A calm voice sounded in the carriage. The extraterrestrial demon that descended this time is far more terrifying than the previous ones. Elder Yuan was already a 7th realm cultivator, but he was still not that person's match. The other party is very likely half a step into the 8th realm. In the Sword Mystery World, the cultivation realms were divided into 9 major realms. Only by completing all 9 major realms could one enter the Earth Sword Immortal Realm. The 7th realm was already enough to look down on the world. It was difficult to find a match. The girl who spoke had black hair like clouds. She had bright white teeth and a smile that could topple cities. She was so beautiful that it was dreamy. Her hair fluttered like a fairy. She was the #1 genius of the Southern Baron State, known as the Second Beauty, Princess Xian Dai. Even in such a desperate situation, she still maintained an extraordinary calmness. She looked at the scene behind her. There was a sword pill hidden in her sleeve. She wouldn't let the other party capture her. If she was faced with death, she would end her life at the first moment. As a princess, she wouldn't be humiliated until death. She would die with dignity. Princess, what should we do? That extraterrestrial demon will catch up soon. The rest of the people in the carriage were pale with fear. They were frightened by the scene just now. Although the carriage had the ability to travel through space, it was obvious that the other party was also very fast. It was only a matter of time before he caught up. They didn't have many guards with them. Moreover, they couldn't possibly be the other party's match. The men of sacrifice who came with Princess Xian Dai had all died during this time. Now, there weren't many people left with her. Elder Yuan was her last trump card. Unfortunately, he was already dead. His body and soul were destroyed. Now, there were only 2 paths in front of everyone. Either they were captured or they were killed. Don't be afraid. At worst, we'll just die. As citizens of the Nanming Empire, why should we fear death? Princess Xian Dai didn't show any despair. Instead, she was calm. She didn't show any fear at this juncture. However, her words were obviously not of much use. The others trembled even more. They could feel the terrifying pressure chasing after them. It swept through the heavens and earth, making their skin feel like it was going to collapse. Let's see where you can run to today. The figure with the great golden cauldron in hand caught up, and with a single palm, this space was locked down, making it difficult to move even a single step. Protect the princess. Don't let him take another step. Several figures around the carriage roared angrily. Their eyes were red. They charged out, wanting to fight the other party to the death. Princess Xian Dai also took the initiative to walk out at this moment. There was calmness between her brows. She held an exquisite long sword in her hand. It flickered with dark green radiance as she faced everything. She wasn't inferior to men. Even though she knew that she couldn't win and might lose her life here, she was incomparably calm. So it's a princess. Seems like you have some value. The figure holding the golden cauldron sneered. He stood in the air. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, making people's hearts tremble. Princess Xian Dai looked at him calmly and said, "Why did you invade our world? What's the reason? We trample ants to death. Do we need to care about the reason?" The figure sneered. He didn't plan to talk nonsense. He directly stretched out his hand and tried to grab Princess Xian Dai. His attitude was incomparably casual. When the others saw this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They tried to stop him, but under the huge difference, they could only cough up blood and fly backward. Their bodies were full of wounds and were about to collapse. Princess Xian Dai's expression changed. She wanted to fight back, but soon found that the surroundings were like a swamp. There was no way to fight back. As for activating the sword pellet, it was even more impossible. "Can't I even die today?" Princess Xian Dai felt a sense of helplessness towards her own weakness. However, in the next moment, the hand that was about to reach her suddenly stopped. The figure with the golden cauldron on his head also stopped. His expression seemed to be a little uncertain. Then his expression changed. He cupped his hands in a certain direction and didn't dare to stay. He hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow and fled. What happened? Princess Xian Dai's face was also filled with uncertainty. She didn't know what had happened. The rest of the people were also confused. They had no idea why that powerhouse suddenly left and spared their lives. That direction? Princess Xian Dai suddenly remembered that the expert looked in a certain direction. Then his expression changed and he fled. She looked in that direction with doubt and confusion. But soon, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. She was in disbelief. Her voice was filled with surprise. "Ah Qing?" Chapter 6:18. Princess Xian Dai was pleasantly surprised. She never thought that she would see Ah Qing again. Originally, she was very worried when she found out that Ah Qing had entered the crack in outer space alone in an attempt to find her father. She even thought that they would never meet again. Today, she was pleasantly surprised to see Ah Qing again. She felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. "Xian Dai." A rare smile appeared on Ah Qing's face as she walked towards Princess Xian Dai and the others. Seeing that Princess Xian Dai and the others were in danger, she was the one who asked Gu Changa to save them. The expert from the upper realm had retreated because he sensed Gu Changa's existence. These two are... Princess Xian Dai's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She looked at Gu Changa and Ada behind Ah Qing and could not help but ask. She did not forget how that expert had retreated. He had glanced in Ah Qing's direction. Moreover, his attitude was extremely respectful and fearful. Could it be related to this extraordinarily handsome man in front of her? This caused Princess Xian Dai to feel an inexplicable sense of vigilance. To be able to scare away an expert who was half a step into the eighth realm, it was impossible for him to be unknown. It was also impossible for him to be someone from the Sword Mystery World. Although she was indebted to him for saving her, if he was from outer space, it would be difficult to determine whether he was a friend or a foe. Moreover, Gu Changa gave her an extremely mysterious and powerful feeling. Even the burly figure behind him, who looked like a subordinate, emitted an aura that made one's heart tremble. Combined with the expert's fearful attitude just now, this person's background was definitely not ordinary. This is young Master Gu. He is also my benefactor. Don't worry. Although he is also from outer space, he has no ill intentions towards us. Ah Qing did not know how to explain to Princess Xian Dai why Gu Changa had come. She could only make a long story short and casually introduce him. Princess Xian Dai nodded. Although Ah Qing said so, she was still a little worried. However, the kindness of saving her life just now was real. If Gu Changa had not appeared and scared away that expert, she and her many followers would have died tragically here. Immediately, her expression became slightly solemn as she clasped her hands at Gu Changa and said, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. If there is a chance in the future, Xian Dai will repay you. Gu Changa had an easygoing and indifferent smile on his face as he said, "It's just a small matter. Princess, you don't need to worry about it." The others could see that Gu Changa's background was not simple. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it was not clear whether they were friends or foes. Thus, after expressing their gratitude, they remained silent, feeling somewhat vigilant and uneasy. Although Gu Changa had a gentle and refined appearance, he was not someone from the profound, great world after all. Looking at this scene, Gu Changa still had a faint smile on his face, as if he did not care. He indeed had no ill intentions towards the living beings of this world. After all, he was here for the origin of this world. "Ah, Qing, what did you see after you went to the crack? Did you see those seniors and the source of the disaster?" Then Princess Xian Dai thought of something important and asked Qing, ignoring the fact that Gu Changa was still beside her. Hearing this, everyone else's expressions became serious, and they pricked up their ears to listen. Back then, the four-sword celestials of the land had stepped into the crack together to find the source of the disaster and destroy it. But after going there, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. No news was sent back. Many people guessed that they had fallen because the soul lamps left behind by the four-sword celestials of the land had mysteriously been extinguished. Later on, people tried to search for their whereabouts, but none of the people who went to search for them returned safely. It could be said that apart from Qing, no one else had returned alive. As such, they all desperately wanted to know what had happened to Qing. When I first passed through that crack, I was caught by those demons. Then, I was brought to that huge world and imprisoned there for a few months. If it wasn't for Mr. Goose saving me, I'm afraid I would already be dead. I wouldn't have been able to return. Qing recalled that experience as a complicated look appeared on her face. To her, that was an extremely dark and despairing past. She was imprisoned in a dark dungeon, unable to see the slightest bit of light. During that hunting game, Gu Changa's appearance was the first ray of light in the darkness for her. I see. Princess Xian Dai did not expect Qing to almost die there and experience such a difficult experience. She could not help but feel a lingering fear. The others were somewhat disappointed. They thought that they could learn a lot about that world from Qing. What about your father and the others? Princess Xian Dai asked again, somewhat concerned. I don't know. I didn't find any information about them. Qing shook her head. Then she threw out a piece of shocking news that could be described as a bomb to everyone. The power of that world is beyond our imagination. The large-scale invasion army this time can only be described as insignificant to that world. Insignificant? Princess Xian Dai felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Even if it was an insignificant force, it was not something they could contend against. This was truly despairing. Princess. Just then a sound came from afar. A few figures quickly approached and descended from the sky, their faces full of anxiety. Qing looked over. The person who rushed over was a full level 8 cultivator. He was a royal consecrator of the Nanming dynasty. The others were also level 6 cultivators. There were many young men and women among them. They had the sword cliff symbol on their sleeves. Nanming dynasty was the most powerful country among the Sword Cliff's subsidiary forces. With such a huge incident like the southern Barren City being destroyed, it was impossible for the Sword Cliff not to send disciples over. In the entire southern Barren State, the Sword Cliff was fully deserving of being the overlord. The current master of the Sword Cliff was the Snow Sword Fairy, who is known as the #1 beauty of the southern Barren State. Princess Xian Dai was also her inner disciple. Worship Qin. Princess Xian Dai and the others saw the level 8 expert and let out a long sigh of relief. It should be that Royal Lord Nanming had immediately sent this Worship Qin to rescue them after hearing the news of the southern Barren City being destroyed. Princess, it's good that you're fine. Worship Chin saw that Princess Xian Dai was safe and was completely relieved. It's good that junior sister Xian Dai is fine. The other disciples of the sword cliff behind Worship Chin also looked worried and surrounded her. Hey, isn't this Miss Ah Ching? Suddenly, someone recognized the young girl Ah Ching and was very surprised. As one of the 4 young heroes of the sword mystery world, many of the younger generation had been defeated by her sword. Her father was a reclusive sword fairy of the land. His strength was so extraordinary that he could look down on the world. Rumor had it that she had stepped into the crack in the sky to find traces of her father. How could she appear here? Doubts arose in their hearts, but they were also very puzzled. Princess, these two are? Worship Chun, who was at the level 8, looked at the indifferent Gu Changa and Ada. His heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask. In his perception, this young man with a smile was like a deep and vast unknown space, filled with an aura that made his heart tremble. This feeling was even stronger than when he had faced the snow sword fairy. He did not dare to underestimate him and became extremely cautious. This is young Master Gu. He saved our lives just now. If it wasn't for him, we would have been killed by that extraterrestrial demon just now like Elder Yuan. Princess Xian Dai explained. Princess Xian Dai explained. She repeated Ah Ching's original words and briefly explained what had happened. What, Elder Yuan is dead? High Priest Qin and the others were shocked. Then they looked sad. A 7th realm cultivator was killed before they could get here. It seemed that Princess Xian Dai and the others had been lucky to survive. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Gu Changa's help, Princess Xian Dai would have been a pile of bones by the time they had arrived. Thank you for your help, young master. When we return to the imperial capital, His Majesty will definitely thank you. Mr. Qin didn't know the origin of Gu Changa. With a respectful expression, he cupped his hands in front of his chest and said, It's nothing. There's no need for that. Gu Changa only smiled. Young master, your strength is unfathomable at such a young age. May I know your master? A young disciple of the Sword Cliff with a tall and straight figure couldn't help but ask curiously. They felt that Gu Changa was about the same age as them, but to be able to kill a level 7 expert so easily, he was obviously at level 8 or above. Therefore, they were very curious about Gu Changa's background and master. Hearing this question, Princess Xian Dai frowned. Her hair danced in the wind, her skin was fair and smooth, and her eyes were full of spirit. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. She did not know how to explain to everyone that Gu Changa was also from outer space. However, just as she was about to explain, Gu Changa smiled and said, I'm from outer space. As for master, it's hard to say. After all, I've learned a lot. What? From outer space? Both the Sword Cliff's disciple and Mr. Chen's expression froze when they heard this. They were a little dazed. After they reacted, a chill swept over from the top of their heads, causing their expressions to change drastically. They looked at Gu Changa in disbelief and fear. Outer space? The disciples of the Sword Cliff were pale. Their voices were trembling, and they could not help but step back. Consecrator Chen stared at Gu Changa with fear. Intentionally or unintentionally, he blocked Princess Xian Dai behind him. Actually, those living beings and cultivators from outer space are not what you think. Young Master Gu is a good person. He has no evil intentions. Ah Ching sighed. She had expected things to turn out like this. She explained to everyone to calm down and not be so afraid. Then Princess Xian Dai also spoke, telling Worship Qin and the others to relax. Even so, Worship Chen and the others did not dare to treat Gu Changa as casually as before. They felt their hair stand on end and their bodies tremble. As for Ah Ching, let's go back to the imperial capital first. The southern barren city has been destroyed, and we can't defend this place anymore. Princess Xian Dai said. The southern Barren state was extremely vast, and the Nanming dynasty was located in the depths. It had a vast territory and vast territory. After leaving this place, everyone used the space talisman to cross the void several times, crossing mountains and rivers, and finally arrived at the imperial capital. This ancient city was extremely majestic and occupied a large area. It was like an immortal divine city in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. The city gate was as tall as a small mountain. Even if a large group of ferocious beasts walked side by side, it would not be crowded. The walls were mottled, and there were mana fluctuations on them. If there were enemies, they would overflow with divine light and protect the entire ancient city. In the center of the city, purple chi soared into the sky and turned into the shape of a dragon. At first glance, it was obvious that this was the place where the dragon veins gathered. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth flowed. It was the best place for cultivation. Many sword cultivators gathered around. Their auras were powerful, and they turned into streaks of flowing light. They rode on their swords and flew between heaven and earth. Princess Xiandai worshipped Chen, Guchanga, and the others appeared outside the city gate through the space transmission formation. Chapter 619. The royal capital of Nanming was an ancient city that had existed for a very long time in the entire southern Barren state. It was said that in ancient times it had survived a terrible turmoil and was immortal. Because of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, the royal capital of Nanming was in a state of panic. Soldiers could be seen patrolling everywhere. In the sky, there were many experts flying back and forth on long swords, vigilant of any movement. After returning to the royal capital, Princess Xiandai led Guchanga and the others to the royal palace in a divine rainbow. The current royal Lord Nanming was waiting for Guchanga in the royal palace. On the way, Minister Chen and the others had already informed royal Lord Nanming of what had happened. Royal Lord Nanming was extremely cautious and did not dare to slack off. Guchanga's identity and origin were not to be underestimated. Moreover, according to Princess Xiandai's message, Guchanga's status in the world of the extraterrestrial demons was extremely high. I just don't know if this person is an enemy or a friend. I heard that he saved Qin Ocking's life. Royal Lord Nanming was wearing a light golden dragon robe and a purple gold crown. He had an extremely valiant aura and a strong physique. He paced back and forth in the hall as he softly muttered to himself. Apart from him, there were also a few elders of the Sword Cliff in the hall. They had all entered the 8th realm. They were famous experts in the entire southern Barren state. With a stomp of their feet, they could change the color of mountains and rivers. They had great power and influence. They had also heard the news from Princess Xiandai, so they hurried over from the Sword Cliff to see the guest from the outer realm. The Sword Cliff attached great importance to this matter. Even Sword Immortal Snow, who had rushed back from the ancient altar, had a change of expression. If it were not for the fact that he could not leave, he would have made a trip here. If he shows any hostility, we will take him down immediately, an elder of the Sword Cliff said with a fierce look. Royal Lord Nanming looked worried. He waved his hand and said, I hope he is not an enemy. I hope he's a friend and not an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The subordinates of the young master that High Official Qin mentioned are at least at the 9th realm. Unless Sword Immortal Lu makes a move, no one can stop him. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. There was simply no other way. Even in the Nanming dynasty, there were only a handful of people who had entered the 9th level. Even he had to treat them with respect. However, by the side of that young man, they could only be reduced to subordinates. Furthermore, that young man's cultivation was even more unfathomable. If such a person showed hostility, it was hard to say whether the Nanming dynasty could withstand it. A 9th realm subordinate? The expressions of the Sword Cliff's elders changed. They gasped and looked at each other. Their scalps were numb. The elder who had been glaring at him earlier turned pale. His lips trembled slightly, and he didn't dare to say anything else. There were 9 great realms, and each realm was a different level. What was even more important was the gap between the realms at the end. To put it bluntly, other than the sword immortal of the land, a 9th realm cultivator was almost invincible. If they wanted to kill an 8th realm cultivator, they only needed to blow a breath, and their soul would scatter. Since he saved Chin Ocking's life, he shouldn't be an evil person. We can only hope that he doesn't have any other intentions. The elders sighed. Chin Ocking's father stepped into the crack in the sky. Unfortunately, there has been no news of him until now. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Our world has lost 4 sword immortals of the land. Our hope of winning this battle is even slimmer. When mentioning Chin Ocking, an elder of the Sword Cliff couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. His tone was filled with regret. After all, she was a sword immortal of the land. She was comparable to their cliff master. Even in a super force like the Sword Cliff, there were only 2 or 3 of them. Losing one would be a huge loss. Oh, right. What did the cliff master say about the ancient altar? At this moment, Royal Lord Nanming's expression suddenly turned serious. He knew many secrets about the ancient altar. It was said that one could predict the future and predict the future of the sword mystic world. There were even records of ancient people resisting the extraterrestrial demons. However, the ancient altar was located in an extremely mysterious place. It required several sword immortals of the land to work together to open it. In the eyes of many living beings, the ancient altar was their last hope. The cliff master only nodded and shook her head. She didn't answer our question. The elders looked regretful. They didn't know what the outcome would be. At this moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Princess Xian Dai walked in front, followed by Gu Chang'e, the young girl Qing, and the others. Father! Princess Xian Dai bowed to Royal Lord Nanming and was about to introduce Gu Chang'e to them. However, Royal Lord Nanming had already waved his hand. He looked at the young man in front of him and cupped his hands. I'm the lord of the Nanming dynasty. Greetings, young master. His attitude was very humble. He didn't look like the ruler of a country at all. The rest of the Sword Cliff elders were also sizing up Gu Chang'e. Their eyes were filled with caution and caution. They did not dare to do anything that would displease Gu Chang'e. In terms of appearance, he didn't look like an evil person. Instead, he had a sense of transcendence, as if he was an immortal who was accidentally left in the world. That made them feel slightly relieved. Sometimes that was their first impression. You don't have to be so polite. I don't mean any harm. You don't have to be so careful, Gu Chang'e said with a gentle smile. Young master, I'm sorry. You give us too much pressure. Seeing Gu Chang'e's attitude, Royal Lord Nanming heaved a sigh of relief and squeezed out a smile. When he stood in front of Gu Chang'e just now, he couldn't even breathe. His back was already wet with cold sweat when he didn't realize it. This had nothing to do with the strength of one's cultivation base. Instead, it was a natural gap between the two. It was like an ant standing in front of a real dragon. They couldn't help but tremble. Although Gu Chang'e looked like a gentleman now, Royal Lord Nanming had been in charge of the dynasty for thousands of years. He still had the discerning eyes. He just didn't care about them and looked down on them. It was like looking at a stone on the street. He wouldn't feel anything. So he knew that Gu Chang'e wouldn't put them on the same level. The only thing he could do was to be as humble as possible. Who are they? Gu Chang'e didn't care about the change in Royal Lord Nanming's expression. He looked at the elders of the Sword Cliff. The Nanming dynasty wasn't the master of the Southern Barren State. Gu Chang'e knew that. He was looking for the real master of the Southern Barren State, not just Royal Lord Nanming. We are the elders of the Sword Cliff. Greetings, young master. The elders of the Sword Cliff didn't dare to be careless. They quickly cupped their hands and said, Elders of the Sword Cliff? Gu Chang'e nodded and smiled. I heard that the Cliff Master of the Sword Cliff is the most beautiful woman in the southern Barren State. She's also a sword immortal on the land. Can I meet her today? Hearing that Guchanga wanted to meet their Cliff Master, the elders of the Sword Cliff were shocked. They could only brace themselves and say, "Young Master, the Cliff Master has something important to do. I'm afraid she won't be able to come to the Nanming dynasty today." "Oh, since I can't meet her today, then forget it. I think I'll have a chance in the future." Guchanga smiled gently. He didn't seem to care. However, Royal Lord Nanming was cautious. Why did Guchanga want to meet Sword Immortal Snow? Although he looked different from the other extraterrestrial demons, why would he come from outer space for no reason? However, he didn't dare to ask Guchanga why he was here. That would only make Guchanga unhappy. "Thank you for saving Xiandai's life, young master. If you have any requests, just say the word. As long as the Nanming dynasty can do it, we'll do it for you." Royal Lord Nanming glanced at Princess Xiandai and cupped his hands. His attitude was very sincere. No matter what, Guchanga had saved Princess Xiandai's life. That was an undeniable fact. Princess Xiandai stood quietly beside Royal Lord Nanming. She was tall and slender. Her lips were bright, her nose was straight, and her eyes were clear. She was extremely beautiful. Her long hair danced in the wind like a fairy. She was the second most beautiful woman in the southern Barren State, second only to her master, Sword Immortal Snow. Guchanga smiled faintly. "It's just a small matter. There's no need to tell me anything. Actually, you don't have to be so cautious around me. All you need to know is that not all forces in the upper world like to fight for hegemony and invasion. There are also many orthodoxies and clans that value longevity and peace. The extraterrestrial demons in your eyes are terrifying, but in our world, they're just ordinary cultivators. You're overthinking things. It's too scary." Everyone in the hall was stunned by Guchanga's sudden words. Royal Lord Nanming's eyes flashed. He felt that Guchanga was giving them some advice. Chapter 620. Everyone in the hall turned their attention over. Even Princess Xiandai and Ah Ching looked at Guchanga in surprise. They did not expect him to say that. Princess Xiandai was pondering in her heart. She was thinking about what Guchanga had said. Not all orthodoxies liked to invade and fight for hegemony. There were also those who wanted to live a long life and stay aloof from worldly affairs. Was he talking about the orthodoxies behind him? Was that why he had no ill intentions towards the sword mystery world? What did he mean by that? The cultivators of the sword mystery world were overthinking things. Were the extraterrestrial demons just a group of ordinary cultivators? The elders of the Sword Cliff also fell into deep thought. They felt that Guchanga was implying something, as if he was reminding them of a way to get out of this situation. "Please enlighten us, young master." At that moment, Sovereign Nanming's expression became extremely solemn. He bowed respectfully to Guchanga. The rest of the elders of the Sword Cliff also became unprecedentedly solemn. They pricked up their ears, afraid that they would miss a single word. Guchanga was not surprised by everyone's reaction. He smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you notice one thing when you were defending against the extraterrestrial demons?" "What is young master talking about?" Sovereign Nanming was a little stunned. The rest of the elders of the Sword Cliff were also confused. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. To them, the extraterrestrial demons were extremely powerful and had endless tricks up their sleeves. Not only did they have terrifying secret treasures and artifacts, but they also had all kinds of ferocious mounts. Their numbers were endless. After defending against one wave, the next wave would arrive very soon. Their strength was even more terrifying than before. That was why they fell into despair and could not find a solution. However, Ah Ching suddenly fell into deep thought. That was because when they were in the upper realm, Guchanga had told her about karma and retribution. Could it be that the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons would result in some kind of consequence? And that consequence was the turning point for the Sword mystery world? The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Everything will always leave a glimmer of hope. Although there are many extraterrestrial demons, no true experts have come because they are afraid of the will of this world. I wonder if the experts of your world have realized this. Gu Changa smiled faintly. The will of this world? Royal Lord Nanming and the others were shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock. In fact, at their level, they had more or less come into contact with sword immortals of the land. Therefore, he had heard a little about the will of heaven and earth from it, but he didn't really understand it. Originally, they were still wondering why there would be such a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shatter the universe. However, in the end, it did not descend upon the sword profound world. So this was the reason? Then what does young Master Gu mean? The will of heaven and earth in our world is the key to resisting the extraterrestrial demons? Princess Xian Dai's eyes flickered as she couldn't help but ask. Imperial Lord Nanming and the others were also deep in thought. Was this what Gu Changa wanted to teach them? What did he mean by that? Actually, you can say that. You can also ask the experts of your world about this. They should have come into contact with it. Gu Changa said with a strange look in his eyes, "The will of heaven and earth." The young girl, Ah Ching, frowned and suddenly thought of what her father had mentioned to her. There was indeed an unfathomable and mysterious power in the sword profound world that was protecting the living beings and cultivators of this world. Although her father did not mention what kind of power it was from the current situation, it should be the will of heaven and earth that Gu Changa was talking about. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Gu. We will definitely report this matter to the Cliff Master. The Sword Cliff elders all said with solemn expressions, "Your Cliff Master should know more about this than you." However, as far as I know, although the will of heaven and earth exists, it won't manifest easily, unless it reaches a certain level, or you can find the manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. Gu Changa smiled faintly. Intentionally or unintentionally, she mentioned this secret to them. Usually, ancient worlds with world origins would give birth to part of their will. However, a clear will of heaven and earth like the one in the sword profound world was extremely rare. There were only two possibilities. The first was that the world's origin was extremely huge. The second was that the will of heaven and earth was extremely ancient and could be traced back to a very long time ago. Therefore, he could use these people to find the origin of the world and save some time. Furthermore, if the cultivators of the sword profound world awaken the will of heaven and earth, the various orthodoxies that descended in this world would definitely start a war with them. Gu Changa could use this opportunity to benefit from it. The Sword Cliff elders looked extremely serious and did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into divine rainbows and left, planning to return to the Sword Cliff to report this matter. Royal Lord Nanming did not dare to delay and ordered to send more troops to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Because of Gu Changa's words, hope rose in his heart again. This battle was not completely hopeless. After all, they still had a final trump card, which was the will of heaven and earth. We should inform the other 13 states about this. Only by uniting can we persevere and wait for the will of heaven and earth to manifest. Princess Xiandai also said with a glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. So this is the slim chance of survival that our benefactor mentioned before. Ah Qing finally reacted at this moment. After this incident, the Nanming dynasty regained its faith. The royal lord personally ordered to mobilize troops from all over to support the various sects and clans that were fighting against the extraterrestrial demons at the border. All of a sudden, a mighty army rushed out of various cities. Riding on flying boats and divine swords, they went forward to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. A tragic battle that involved the entire southern Baron state broke out at the ruins of the southern Baron city. The orthodoxies from the upper realm were shocked to find that the creatures of the sword profound world, who were originally in despair, were now fighting with all their might as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was a kind of desperation and courage to fight for survival in the face of death. I heard from the supreme being of the Silver Feather clan that he met Guchanga when he was attacking the southern barren city and was about to capture the princess. He was scared away by him. Guchanga wouldn't come to this world for no reason. He definitely has a purpose. But what is his purpose? Why did he bring that young girl with him? The eldest princess of the Great Yu celestial dynasty, Euphia, was leading many young sky prides to rest in an ancient city in the southern barren state. Her dark brows were tightly knitted together, and her heart was filled with confusion. Back when she was in the Great Yu celestial dynasty, she had not thought about this in detail. However, when she heard that the supreme being of the Silver Feather clan was scared away by Guchanga, she finally understood. Guchanga definitely had a purpose, but no one knew. After all, the Sword Profound World was not a difficult place for them to conquer. At most, it would take them some time. The ancient city in front of them had already been captured by them, and everywhere was filled with great armies from the higher realms. Even if the cultivators from the profound sword world were to put up a desperate resistance, they would only be able to quickly collapse in the end. They would not be able to hold on for long. The difference in strength between the two sides was clear for all to see. Additionally, there was also an army that was constantly descending from outer space. It was only a matter of time before the southern, desolate province fell. Begging for fresh flowers, 0-inch Tuoba Xiaoyao has disappeared since he came to this world. No one knows where he went, Eupheia's younger brother, Yu Ming, said with displeasure. In the first place, he did not have a good impression of Tuoba Xiaoyao. In the end, during the battle with the Sword Profound World, that fellow actually vanished without a trace, his whereabouts unknown. This made him even angrier. He should be in possession of something. Euphia gently shook her head and couldn't help but guess. On the other side, Tuoba Xiaoyao had disguised himself and left the southern barren state, heading straight for the Shu sect. He had to go to the Shu sect's sword garret before the appointed time to find a solution. In his previous life, he was a core disciple of the Shu sect. Now that he had disguised himself, it was extremely easy for him to sneak in. In addition, he was extremely familiar with the profound sword world. He understood the environment and terrain of the various places. Even if he encountered any danger, he would be able to find a way to resolve it. Therefore, there was no danger along the way. Furthermore, Tuoba Xiaoyao had also heard that it had been a full 500 years since he had died while observing the patriarch's tribulation in his previous life. 0-inches, other words. There were probably not many old acquaintances of his in the Shu sect. This made him feel a little regretful. Although he had undergone reincarnation and changed his body, his original soul was still that of a disciple of the Shu sect. This time, the profound sword world is in great trouble. I might be able to do something in it. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked at the vast territory in the distance. When he thought about how this place would become a scene of devastation after the flames of war spread over, he could not bear to see it. For a moment, he felt that the responsibility on his shoulders had become heavier. Not only did it concern the fate of his family in this life, but it also concerned the survival of his hometown in his previous life. Reporting to the Cliff Master, this is what that young master Gu said himself. At the Sword Cliff, on a peak where the cold wind was blowing, 2 figures stood. One of them wore a Taoist robe and had his hair tied up in a bun. He looked extremely old, but his eyes were extremely clear and spirited, like a divine sword that had been tempered for countless years. The figure by his side was extremely graceful. She wore simple and plain clothes and wore a moon-white mask. Her skin was translucent like snow, and only a pair of clear eyes could be seen. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind as if thousands of strands of sword chi were interweaving in the air. It was the Cliff Master of the Sword Cliff, the #1 beauty of the southern barren state, known as the Snow Sword Fairy. The old man was an old sword immortal of the Shu sect. His strength was extraordinary and unfathomable. The will of the world. The snow sword fairy listened to the sword cliff elder's report and frowned slightly, thinking about these 4 words. It seems that world already knows us very well. It actually knows that our world has given birth to a will. This is not a good sign. The old sword immortal shook his head and stroked his beard. That young master, Gu, probably doesn't have good intentions. But what he said doesn't make sense. From the signs on the ancient altar, the will of the world is indeed our last hope. The snow sword fairy's eyes showed that she was pondering. Do you believe that guy? The old sword immortal frowned. Sword immortal Snow shook his head. I just feel like his words make some sense. Furthermore, I captured an extraterrestrial demon and searched his soul. In their world, the young master with the surname Gu has an unimaginable background. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to, he could destroy our world as easily as blowing off dust.